So there's nobody. Let's check. Yes, there we go. What's that?
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. I'm going to have to change that at some point. It's losing its enthusiasm. Thursday night, Euclid night. I'm guessing a straight line is Euclid. Tangents, that's definitely Euclid. Tonight we are going to go over, I said I didn't really know what was going to happen, but all of this week we've been dealing with a video that's been brought around about LIGO from a guy called FE Dogma. He has made this video that has questionable, it has questionable geometric implications, let's say, to the unassuming globe earther who is geometrically illiterate within Euclidean geometry, because they've never imagined that they would ever need Euclidean geometry. But then as we've found out today, they heavily rely on Euclidean geometry, and they get confused between what a straight line is and a curved line. And it is very confusing. So, in order to get over this, I think we need to go over a few geometric terms, and we have LIGO is the thing in question. So I've found a few pictures today. These might be helpful for us to go over when I go over this video. This is LIGO. It's not in the configuration or the particular oh, my cursor's not showing. It's not in the particular way. So you've got A, B and C, just 3 points on LIGO, because it's 2 arms. If you don't know, it is purported to be one of the straightest things in the universe. It is 2.5 miles long each arm, I think. Just long arms that are perpendicular to each other. Now, perpendicular means at right angles. So there is a right angle in between A, B, C at the angle B, sorry. So B is a common shared point of both line AB and BC. So that is the geometric thing of LIGO. Very simple. 2 arms, dead straight, perpendicular to each other, geometrically perpendicular at right angles. Now, what else do we need? A tangent. I don't think whether I had a tangent, but I've got this geometry thing with a circle that I did ages ago. And this is all of the different names of the different things, points of a triangle. And this is a tangent. A tangent is a straight line that touches a circle or curve at 1 point and 1 point only. Quite easy to see what a tangent is. Now, as you know, with this tangent, there isn't really any other places for this line to have another tangent point because the circle's here. So if you get that straight, that you understand what a tangent is. It's just a straight line, as in the lines, the arms of LIGO. And the tangent point is where it touches a circle or curve at 1 point only. Because, oh, actually, as well, we've got A, B, C, D, and this picture to go over it. This one here. Right, this one. This one is pictures, 2 pictures from F.E. Dogma's video that he made about a year ago. And he has made these, labelled these lines here. This is from Google. He's put some numbers on there. But this, yeah, this is from Google, the top half of both of these images. And the bottom half is what he's labelled in the graphics he's made. And you can see he's put here at this end station, tangent. And then he's got a horizontal line. He's labelled it horizontal line all the way across. This is LIGO. And then he's got here, this is another one, but the corner station has moved from this point here to over here. So he's just rotated this arm from this configuration to this configuration down here like that, with the corner point, and the corner station also has its own tangent. So bear that in mind when we go into this. This is a video of a conversation I had this morning. What's that? Somebody saying, do I know there are 2 LIGO setups? Yeah, this one's got Hanford. It says it there. Hanford LIGO Observatory. The only one we're dealing with here within the explanation of what we're talking about. It's the tangent points. The twin tangent points, or triple, of Hanford LIGO Observatory, as done by FE Dogma, Blue Marble Science, and some guy, Doofus. He comes to back him up, and there's somebody else as well. So the brief outline is, this morning I got up and I saw that FE Dogma was in Geo's Earth Awakenings Discord server. So I put a message to him to ask him about his twin tangents. Here, tangent 1, tangent 2. To ask him about it. And Blue Marble said, if you want to come over and have a chat, then come over. So I said, okay. I'm really keen to know about these twin tangent points. So let me... and... I don't know whether I can get that as a big screen on. Now, this is a new video. It's not really that much anyway, so... Oh. So how's that for you guys in Discord? Is that good?
All good.
All good, right. Okay. Let me just move that over there. Still all good?
Yes.
Okay. And... that good for you guys over there? Right, now there was a bit of talk before it, so... that doesn't seem to be doing anything, does it? Where's the sound gone? Can you guys hear that or not?
I cannot
if you
hear
want to.
anything.
Okay, so I think Blue and Bev,
Right, there you go.
I saw they joined. They were talking in the chat. They wanted to
Can you hear that now?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
chat about something. So
I gotta head out anyway. It's getting pretty late, but it's
Nope,
good talking
not
to you
me.
guys.
Yeah, very good talking with you, brother.
Alright, see you
Very
guys
good
later.
talking with you. Hey, I
Alright, bye.
appreciate your sense of humor, man.
No, I can't hear it, Bev.
Can you guys in
Yeah.
Discord not hear that? Let me see whether I can.
No.
It's coming through. How's it coming through in YouTube? What do you guys say? YouTube,
Yes, on
can you
YouTube,
hear it?
yes.
You can hear it on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
You can't
Yeah,
figure
have
it
a good
out.
one,
We'll have a
Ron.
look on there.
All right, so Blue and Bev are gonna
Can you hear
show
that?
that.
I'm
Oh.
here.
Yeah, I'm here.
So
I got
Nope.
winter, man. No, I'm just kidding.
Can I so you guys can't hear that? If for some reason it's not coming through to Discord, the sound.
Not on Discord, mate. No,
Yeah.
I'm not on YouTube though.
That's a pity. I don't know. I can't. I guess I can't get it through to you guys. Let me see.
Well,
If I can...
I just have to go on YouTube, won't we? If you can get it running on there. Hopefully,
Well,
everyone
it
will be able
is,
to
yeah.
get
It's
over
running
it.
on YouTube, but you're going to be a bit behind if you want to comment on it or anything. That's the only problem, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a long. Oh,
Hmm.
sugar. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it on a different app. Please bear with us.
Is Rakir about?
I don't know if I should use the word important, but there's probably more.
Right, let's see whether. Right. Can you hear this?
Worthy.
That's better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Everyone
Well
on
done.
YouTube
I like
can
it
hear
here.
that
Can
too.
anyone else confirm
Yeah.
it?
Okay.
Projects.
Coming loud and clear, that one.
Is 88
Hey, I
Alright, but-
appreciate your sense of humor.
showed up?
Tangent point. There we go. And got it in the right channel.
You had it in the chat there a minute ago.
Yeah, I know. It's gone up the page, hasn't it, everybody? Here you go. New one. Right, now this is from a video that FE Dogma made about a year ago, right, Blue? I think you've showcased it on your channel.
Yeah, it's about 11 months old, I think.
And in that, he's done, you can't call this an elevation profile. He's drawn the arm of LIGO above from the GPS or from the Google. And then underneath it, he's drawn, a horizontal line. He seems to think that is that LIGO being the horizontal line. And then he's put a tangent point on the left at the top picture. It says end station. And that's where he's put the tangent. And then the picture underneath, he sort of turns LIGO through 90 degrees. And he puts the corner station in that position. So the corner station is the other end of that arm. And he puts another tangent there.
And it's the beginning of the other arm as well.
Yeah, so
right?
it's one arm of LIGO that has a tangent point on each end.
No, it's two arms of LIGO, each having a tangent.
The
on
corner
one
point
end.
is a shared.
Well, it's just a way to represent it, Biff. Let's be really clear about this.
Uh-huh.
Neither one of the first of all, just because it says horizontal does not intend to represent that either of those arms are horizontal. They're not.
Are they the arms, though? That line there that says horizontal line in both pictures, are they meant to depict the arms, or are they just a random horizontal line?
It can be as you like, but it can be depicting the arm as a straight line,
As a horizontal line.
which is what those lines are.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not horizontal by the definition.
It says horizontal on them, Blue. It's a bit.
I see what it says, Bev, but the LIGO arms at Hanford, both of them slope.
So not
Their
horizontal.
their elevation changes from one end to the other.
Oh,
But
I've seen the
Dogma-
elevation drawings for him as well. Have
Yeah,
you?
well, he's put the, have I? I've seen them in great detail, and you know I have.
The elevation. Right, so they straight into it. Even though he's measured and marked and said horizontal line, Blue said it's not the horizontal line that you're thinking of. Unwilling to say, well, it can't be horizontal because it changes in elevation. But, you know. So I think FE
Just have it on
Dogma's-
there. Just
Yeah.
have it on there.
FE
Just put it
this
on
is
there.
where I start thinking. FE Dogma's a bit of a, shadow giant, right? His words must carry weight. They can't go against what
Oh,
FE
yeah.
Dogma says. Listen to it. Like when I keep pointing out, he does say horizontal. And I keep pointing it out that he's wrote horizontal line here on this bit and a horizontal line here. 2 lines horizontal. It's good fun.
Well, yeah, it stands out.
Yeah.
You
2
wonder what the bit
horizontal
on the
lines
bottom is, don't you?
with a common
You sort of look
common
at it and go,
corner point.
What's that curve? What's the curve underneath it? Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go into the curve too much just at the minute. That's advanced.
I've done.
The elevation profiles for these arms.
Yes, I've seen them. Yes, and I've used them in videos that I've made. I know you've seen those too.
I've not.
And he's put the elevations at various points. He picked 1, 2, 3, 5, both ends and 3 points along the length of it, fairly evenly spaced.
Yeah, here's the one where they've got the elevation profiles.
And that's what he's what you put up there a minute ago. That's perfectly fine for the discussion, because all he's showing you.
I'm asking about the 2 tangent points at each end of that line, Blue. That's all I'm asking about. I wanted to ask FV Dogma, but you said you'd explain it.
It's not. It's a tangent point at one end of each line.
Yeah, but there's a corner point. It does say the corner station. The corner is a shared point of both lines.
And that corner point is at a different elevation. So you can have a different tangent at that point.
You hear that?
Yes, the same point at different elevation.
Yeah, because it's got a different elevation, you can have a new tangent point. I'm pretty sure Rumpus said that the other day in the chat about verticals. You can have a different tangent point on the vertical, which would be the vertical datum, a different elevation.
Yes, but this shared point has 1 elevation, so I don't see any argument here, because he's talking about the same point, the same elevation. So this is nonsense what he's saying.
Yeah, it's just one straight line. Tangent point at this end and a tangent point at the corner station here. Tangent point, tangent point. Tangent point here and a tangent point here. 2 tangent points on one straight line. That's all I'm pointing out. But Blue seems to think this point here is different because it's over here. It's just because he's moved it from side to side.
At that elevation,
you should only be able to have 1
infinite number of
tangent point on a straight line, right?
And it is only 1.
You've got
on
2.
each line.
It's 1 on each end.
Bill. No, do you look at the upper drawing? Okay, look at the upper drawing, which is I'm not sure which arm that is, but we'll just call it the upper and lower for this discussion.
He's got a tangent point on the corner station. That's on the other end of that line. You should do it again. You should put another one over there and have the double nutsack, double drop.
You see one line. You see 1 tangent identified on each one of the drawings, right? Do you see 2 tangents on either one of those drawings?
Well, yeah, but that corner station has a tangent on it. He just hasn't drawn it in the top picture because it'd look fucking stupid drawing 2 tangents on one fucking line, wouldn't it?
Because it isn't. He didn't draw it because it's not there, Bill. There's only 1 tangent on that upper drawing.
There's 2 tangents in that fucking in the picture, Blue. 1 at the corner point and 1 at the end station. FB Dogma's drawn it.
There's a tangent in the upper drawing at 529.63 feet elevation. There's a tangent in the lower drawing at 533.78 feet, and those 2 tangents are running perpendicular to each other. But
can you see, right? He has disassociated these 2. It'll be a recurring theme. Blue's disassociated the corner point of AB from BC.
Yes, he is trying to prove that these lines are different because they are drawn at different places.
He's turned it, yeah. He's turned it so they're somehow magic trick. They're not the same straight line, but it goes deeper than that. It really does. I think Blue doesn't realise that these are the 2 arms of one particular LIGO. Blue separated them completely through whatever FE Dogma's done. Listen to it. I mean,
They're not in the same plane.
When you say tangent, do you mean tangent point or tangent line?
It's a tangent line. It's a tangent point.
Yeah, 2 tangent points on 1 tangent line, right? Fucking ridiculous.
No, not fucking ridiculous. 1 tangent point on each line.
A horizontal line as well.
Well, that's just a word. We know those that both the arms have slopes. You can see that in the elevations. You can see that, right?
It's horizontal, Blue.
529 on one.
Horizontal lines in mathematics have 0 slope, right?
533 at the center point on the other arm, and 537 is the far end of it. You can see that, right? Mm-hmm. So it's sloping uphill, right?
Right. So there's no way that could be horizontal. That's a mistake, Is that a deliberate mistake? How many other people spotted that?
It's not a mistake, Bill.
He's wrote horizontal line on it. That's a bit deceitful if it's not horizontal.
Well, you can see the elevations. What do you think?
Is it a mistake that he put 2 tangent points on the same straight line as well?
He didn't put 2 tangent points on the same straight line.
He
put
one
tangent point on each of 2 lines. Can't you see that? What's wrong with you?
533.78 feet corner station has a tangent point on it. The 5.2963 feet has end station has a tangent point on it.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the same straight line, Blue.
No, it's not, Biff. They run in 90 degrees to each other.
He cornered himself because if you are starting from corner, whichever way you are going, it doesn't mean which line it is, because it starts at shared point. So it doesn't really mean it is meaningless which way we are going. You have just end of some line. Doesn't matter which it is line.
I said, like, if what you could do is, right, you could, and I think I do it in a bit. I say, let's call 1 point A. Let's call 1 tangent point A. And let's call the other tangent point B. Now, that line, AB, is the line. And there is a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. The line AB has 2 tangent points on it. There's no way getting around it. Unless you are completely delusional. An hour and a half. Here we go.
2 different lines.
The corner station is part of that line there, right? From the end station to the corner station.
Do you know what an interferometer is, Bill? It's 2 arms, and they intersect at 90 degrees. Okay,
and the corner point is it's a shared, isn't it, of both?
Those are 2 arms that intersect at 90 degrees.
Yeah,
that's not the same line. That's not one great big long tube. That's 2 separate tubes intersecting at a corner point. Yeah.
Corner point belongs to both of the lines, Blue.
So what?
Well, that means you've got 2 tangent points on the same straight line.
That same elevation belongs to an infinite number of points all over the globe, Biff. That 533.78 foot elevation gets carried all over the globe.
I don't know. I sort of feel sorry for him at this point, thinking, I don't know what he's doing.
It's completely non sequitur. He's just saying something.
Yeah. This has got to be cog dis, right? Like a brain freeze. Not knowing what to say, right? But nobody's coming to help him. They've left him.
Processor overheated.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But that's a straight line, isn't it, Blue?
Just because
I know they've marked it horizontal, and you say it's not horizontal.
At that point.
But it's definitely a straight line, isn't it?
The LIGO tubes are straight, perfectly straight, yes.
Okay. So you do have 2 tangent points, 1 at each end of a straight line. Or, you don't.
No,
F.E. Dogma does in his depiction of LIGO.
No, he does not. His depiction is crystal clear. He does not show 2 tangent points on the same arm. He shows 1 tangent point on each of the arms. Can you not see that?
Corner point's a shared point.
I don't care whether it's shared or not, Biff. That corner point is shared with that elevation all over the globe in an infinite number of places. That elevation.
Obfuscation and overload. It's a shared fucking point in the corner. I mean, it's only got 3 points, A, B, C. I mean, what's so hard to understand?
He's talking about something else.
Yeah.
Completely off topic.
Remember, Blue wanted to talk to me about FE Dogma's 2 tangent points. And we're just trying to establish point A and B, that there are 2 tangent points on the same straight line, AB.
Elevation is shared everywhere. Do you not know that?
I do know what a tangent point is, Blue.
Okay, and he shows one tangent point.
Shouldn't be
for
2
one arm,
on one straight line.
and he shows a second tangent point for the second arm. And because they happen to be at the same elevation, that's interesting. That's handy. But that's not 2 tangent points on the same line. That just happens to be a tangent point at the ending elevation of one of the lines.
Can see that it is, because I mean,
no, I don't think
you
anybody
don't
else
think
can
that
see
the
it.
corner point is shared with the end.
I didn't say, huh? No, the corner point's not shared with the end.
It looks like it in that top picture where he's got tangent point at the end station. The corner point looks like it's at the same straight line.
Oh, you're saying it is the end of the top arm.
Yeah, it's the same straight line, isn't it?
At the corner station. No,
Yeah.
It's not the same straight line, Biff.
Yeah,
No,
it's
sir,
the corner
it's not.
station belongs
Do you know
to
what
that straight line.
Do you know what
Blue.
a straight line is, Biff?
Absolutely, Blue.
Okay, good. Do you understand that there are 2 separate straight lines?
Is that straight
Do you
line?
understand
Is LIGO straight? So
Do you
from
understand that
the
there are
end
2
station
arms,
to the corner
2
station, is
straight
that a
lines?
straight line? The one that he's
you
marked
understand that,
horizontal,
Bill?
is that a straight line, Blue?
The one, yeah, it's straight.
Okay.
Yes. It's not level.
Okay, so
It's
he does
straight.
have 2 tangent points, one at each end of that
No.
straight line.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
It certainly
he
looks
does
like he's
not.
got a tangent point at the corner station.
It looks to me like he's got a tangent point at one end of each of the 2 straight lines. They're not shared. They're not
Corner station
common
is
lines.
shared, Blue.
They're not. No, Biff. The two lines are at 90 degrees to each other. They share that point.
Yeah. Where
That's-
at that point
that
that
is
you have,
that's
FE
effectively
Dogma
an
has put
intersection.
another tangent point. It's okay to say
Well,
he's
it's
made a
second
mistake,
line,
Blue.
Yes. What's wrong with that? He's got a second tangent point because the second line is continuing to rise
It's
in
the
elevation.
same straight line, Blue.
It's not the same straight line,
It is.
Bev.
It is.
No. How can are you really going to try to say that
That the
two
end
lines
station and the
intersecting at
corner
90
station
at
are a
90 degrees
straight
are the same
line.
Are you really trying to tell me that 2 lines intersecting at
The
90
corner
degrees
station
are the same
Is
line?
part of
Is
the
that really what you're saying?
same straight line, Blue, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really? That's interesting, Bill. You know something about geometry apparently that I don't know. I didn't.
See, at this sort of point, I'm
Well,
thinking, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like,
He's
what
got
have
the
we
splitter on
done
the
to
corner,
him?
haven't they? The mirror, the laser is split on the corner.
Yeah. And like point B is definitely on the straight line AB. Like B's definitely there on that straight line. It's one of the end points of the line AB.
But if these lines are not intersecting, we haven't got any angle then. It is nonsense.
Yeah.
It has to be shared. The point of intersection is the shared point. So
Corner station, tangent point. Here's the corner station. This tangent point must be here on the corner station. It must be here on the corner station. It's crazy.
Yes, he's circle jerking.
Yeah.
This is a massacre.
And I just wanted to ask FE Dogma, not Blue. Blue offered himself up here. This is still, I mean,
He done it. He
load
done
to
it to
this.
himself as well.
Yeah. Yeah, like all of this is what
I think. Yeah.
they've done it all. Yeah. And he's laughing at me. And I'm just trying to explain to him that that fucking point's on the same straight line. Like, it's not difficult. It's just straight line.
It's not a step.
Yeah.
Like, it's honestly kind of scary to look at what you're putting on the stream. It is actually kind of scary.
Scary to listen to.
I mean, if that becomes the reality that our like children's and our children's children live in, where, yeah, it's scary. Yeah.
Listen, keeps going.
It's make a 90-degree turn like that.
No, the 2 points of that straight line are you have an end station, and where's the other end point of that straight line, Blue?
I'm sorry, say that again.
That you have one that's called end station. 1310 end station. You see that in the top picture?
Yeah, you
right,
got
so
to
that's
get one on
the
the
start
other end,
point of that line. Where's the
Okay,
other end point of that line, Blue?
If you want it to be, that can be the start point.
What?
The center could be the start point if you wanted it to be too.
What,
Just
of
makes it
the
harder-
line in
harder to
his
look at.
picture that has tangent on it, Blue?
Yeah, you wouldn't have to call it a
Where's
tangent at that point.
Where's the
And
other
it would not be
end
there.
of that straight line? Where's the other point that we could say? Because it's a straight line, we just need 2 points. One's called end station. Where's the other?
At the corner station. Where's
Corner
the
point.
start of the next line?
Corner station. Right, where there's a
Yeah, corner
tangent.
station. That's the tangent for the other arm.
No, it's the same. That's the other end of that straight line, Blue. You've just said it.
No, that's the beginning of the other arm, Biv.
It's the end
It's both
point. Like, it's the... It's the other line. How do you disassociate yourself from that?
Yes, he's separating these two because he has to. He has no other option. He has to go into this madness.
He's only got
It's
one line. He's
madness.
got line A something. And like, he's got no end point for this line because he's clipped it off and put it on the other line. It's shocking as well, this. I don't know whether to feel guilty or what. I don't want to laugh.
Maybe it's desperation.
Alice in Wonderland. Like,
Yeah,
like
the
the
one-
first
Getting it
line.
But it's
from
the beginning of the other line.
Sligo Observatory. Yeah.
What's that?
No, okay, I'm sorry.
Where you have a
That's-
tangent point, Blue.
Yeah, for the second arm.
Well,
Not
it's
for
the,
the
it's
first
the
line,
end
for the
of the
second line.
first line as well, isn't it?
And yes, it is, Biv.
So you
Certainly
do
is.
admit to having a tangent point at both ends of that straight line.
No, I do not.
No,
I
sorry,
admit to
F.E.
having a
Dogma
tangent.
has obviously drawn a tangent
No.
point at both ends of a straight
I
line.
don't believe F.E. Dogma would agree with that either, Biv.
Well, I'd say it looks like he has got 2 tangent points. He's just not marked them. If he were to mark them, you would end up with a double nutsack drop, wouldn't you?
No,
Drop
you
at
would.
both directions. Yeah, you would.
No, you wouldn't, Biv.
Yeah, you most definitely would. If you actually drew this tangent over here and you drew that, you would definitely have a double nutsack. Both directions. Like, that's globe.
And by the way, in one sentence, he is admitting that this tangent is common, and
Straight away, boom, take it
straight
back.
away, yes, and in the next sentence, he's denying it.
Yeah.
So this is just desperation.
No. If anybody's to ever talk to anybody in any of the conversations around these parts, people do this all the time. They just take stuff back, then say that they didn't say it. This is Alice in Wonderland tactics. It's meant to drive you mad, send you out of here.
What's your feeling on this? I mean, why even entertain this word tangent?
What? Because we're using it against them right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't even give him the word. From what
No,
I
no,
see,
no,
that's
no,
a
no. You
multiple
don't
line,
understand, right? In this case, it proves that they're just drawing circles wherever they fucking want. Right? This proves that the horizontal line is there and LIGO's on a horizontal, and that works with no slope because he's got a horizontal line with a slope on it. You'll get the elevation stuff in a minute. I mean,
Generally, it means that if you have tangent point, you can draw only one sphere beneath it, not many spheres. One.
yeah, that's the proof within geometry. The tangent point is always at the place where the tangent line is perpendicular to the radius or the radius of the point it touches. Always. It's a geometric proof based around the right angle and the relationship of straight lines and like Pythagoras and triangles. The proof's always in there for that fact. Because the circle is just a series of points along a line.
Yeah, it's a series of points, like a million points. Yeah, a million straight lines. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's slightly turning a little degree. Yeah, I mean, so why even enter? I heard what you said, but why even say that tangent is a real thing? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not in this. This proves that they haven't got a clue. But this also proves the problems you end up having when you take a natural, instinctive thing like a straight line and start fucking about with it. This, what we're about to hear, shows what happens when you explode logic.
How could you have a drop at both?
Okay, so it would rise then in the opposite direction.
Let me ask you this then. Do you understand elevations and what elevations are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vertical, on the vertical datum.
Yeah. It's a measure of some elevations.
Wait a minute, where do we get that?
How could you have a drop at both?
Okay, so it would rise then in the opposite direction. Drop both directions. Yeah, you would.
No, you wouldn't, Bill. How could you have a drop at both?
Okay, so it would rise then in the opposite direction. How could you have a drop in both? Because he realised that's what they have to have for dropping both.
Right? Yes, in both from tangent point. If you are turning around, you have drop.
Yeah, but you have to because we've just heard Jesse say it earlier. There's a drop over the lake in both directions. They all say it. The globe model dictates that you have to have the drop in both directions. But yes, Blue just had a brain freeze moment there where his brain said, how can you have a... And he realised they have to have it. The model dictates it.
Yes, because you are on the top of the hump. So you have to have drop in every direction, to be honest.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
nice told me before that there is a drop on the canal.
Yeah,
he wanted to bet me. Yeah. He wanted to bet me that there's a drop on both ends of that canal. Yeah.
Right, so this is the problem, right? At the moment you change a straight line into something that isn't a straight line, it causes all sorts of logical breaks, which normally ends up in, I think, showing as signs of madness. Because that's the only place you can go. If you start detaching yourself from reality and some such reality as a straight line, then serious breaks can occur. Serious.
Yes, he sounds like I don't know. No, as he was on very heavy drugs.
Didn't sound. I was listening to PhD Tony the other day.
Well, thing is,
he's sober. He's definitely sober. Imagine if he was on drugs, what he'd be saying.
It was early as well, though, Bev, wasn't it? Like nice
For
fresh,
me, it
fresh
was
9 in the
very
morning.
early in the
Yeah.
morning. I don't know what sort of time it would be for Blue, but it was 8 o'clock UK-ish.
Yeah, so you were fresh as a daisy, and they were probably maybe at the end of an evening.
Well, yeah,
Well,
I was,
it
on
could
me,
have been,
I was on me first brew.
4 or 5 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
It could have been like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
if he was on the
it's
East
3
Coast.
a.m. for him. If it's
I
morning
went the
for Bev,
opposite way.
That's what I'm
Shit.
saying.
Yeah, I went the opposite way. Yeah, it's in the early in the morning.
Nice.
It's almost 2:45 here
Break
now.
up,
Where
isn't it?
Blue is.
Let's get through this because this is, I don't know. I think these are the conversations that I've always been asking for, right? And these are the conversations that you want, or I want anyway.
Let me ask you this then. Do you understand elevations and what elevations are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vertical, on the vertical datum.
Yeah. It's a measure of some vertical datum. In this case.
Right, okay. Now, that was strategic. Yes, I know how to measure elevations. And I particularly said yes on the vertical datum, because that's how it's measured, and that's what it's called. Blue agrees. It might come back to...
It's probably the
a
North
measured
American
vertical
datum.
distance above the datum.
Okay. And we could consider that something like mean sea level. Right?
Usually, yeah. But I mean, any other datum would do, wouldn't it? Providing it was already known.
Sure. If you wanted to, you could define an elevation of 529.63 as 0 and call that the datum and start at that point and just measure elevations from that.
Mm-hmm. There you go. So you can just start at a point because that's all it is. It's measured on the vertical datum. There are some elevation planes that can be defined by just one coordinate. On the Z coordinate, they call them vertical datum. So all elevations are measured or can be given as being on one coordinate. That establishes the datum for elevations, called the vertical datum. And Blue agrees that you can take any one of these points and use that as the elevation datum point. So anywhere can be established at a point, and then you can use the vertical datum to establish an elevation change. Handy to know. No surveyor would disagree with that. It seems like Blue won't disagree with it. Handy to know.
You can pick what you want to for that. But in this case, they use the North American vertical datum, which is essentially mean sea level. So each of these elevations is an elevation above mean sea level.
Vertical distance above that point, right?
Vertical distance. That's right. Now, you can clearly see that the first arm starts at 529 and climbs up to 533 at its center point. It's what they call the corner station. That elevation is climbing up, right? And then the second arm starts at that same ending elevation of the first arm, and it continues to climb to 537.
It's going down. It's going down, Blue. If it's 533, it's climbing down.
Can you see? I did another picture. Stark Otter gave us the actual elevation drawings. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've looked at them. Yeah, have you seen them?
Yeah,
you looked at them.
Yeah,
in detail.
Yeah, I'll put them up there. The elevation profiles.
Yeah,
they may be shocking for some people to see.
I don't think they will be, but whatever. You want to put them up?
Well, I'll show you a picture.
Hang on a second.
Here we go. In the live stream. Stark Otter gave us these the other day. It may be a bit hard for everyone to see it, but you might be able to get them off Stark Otter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here are the elevations for all four LIGO arms.
Yeah.
He says they're supposed to be straight arms. For some reason, they're not very straight. Like it's weird that.
Yeah, that's how you
It's
can draw
weird,
this.
isn't
If you draw the elevations, that's what you end up with. Oddly enough, if you
the
analyze
elevation
those
profile
curves,
for a straight line looks.
if you analyze those
concave.
curves,
Can you guys on YouTube see that? Because I mean, this is pretty, it's pretty important, really. I mean, I can see it through the thing. I know it's very thin and black, but the point of this bit is that the elevation profiles for a straight line aren't straight.
It is visible on YouTube.
Good. Thank you very much. So you can see that Stark Odders give us some elevation profiles of LIGO arms which are the straightest things in the universe, and now they're not straight. That's why I said it might be shocking to some people to find out that an elevation profile of the straightest thing isn't actually straight for some reason. Strange.
that you see there,
Curves.
you'll find that each one of them is an arc, which is described by a portion of a circle, which has a radius of 3,000.
It's an elevation profile for a straight line, Blue.
59 miles.
It's weird that he's put it on an XY graph, isn't it? He's put it on an XY graph that are actual perpendiculars, so, straight lines. And you've graphed a straight line somehow to look like a concave line.
That's a graph. Do you not understand what he did? Those are the
for an elevation profile of a straight line.
Those are elevations. Those are the actual elevations from LIGO.
They look like curved lines to me, Blue. They don't look like straight lines.
Thank you. I agree with you. They do, don't they? Only we know they're not. We know they're straight.
Right. At this sort of point in conversations, I mean, I know we're going to Alice in Wonderland sort of place, where you go into crazy land, right? Because you've just shown somebody an elevation profile of the straightest thing that doesn't look straight. And Blue, instead of going, yeah, it's a bit weird, it's actually going along with it as though it's what has to be. This is why I think FE Dogma must be a big player in this. Because for some reason, Blue's holding on to this.
Yeah, he said it looks curved. Thanks, Bev. Oh, well, it is straight, though.
Yes, it is straight. Nah, we'll be fine. It is curved.
Yeah, can't you tell it's straight? Because that's what a straight line looks like. Elevation profile looks curved, inverted, the wrong curve. Backwards
there
curve.
was someone in the background saying, "Blue, you got this wrong."
Somebody. I don't know. No, what's that?
Yeah. Go back a bit more, though. I can't.
Go back a couple of.
Do you not understand what he did?
He was like saying about the elevation.
No.
It's weird that he's put it on an XY graph, isn't it? He's put it on an XY graph that are actual perpendiculars, so, straight lines. And you've graphed a straight line somehow to look like a concave line.
That's a graph. Do you not understand what he did? Those are the
for an elevation profile of a straight line.
Those are elevations. Those are the actual elevations from LIGO.
They look like curved lines to me, Blue. They don't look like straight lines.
Thank you. I agree with you. They do, don't they? Only we know they're not. We know they're straight.
What, an elevation profile?
We know that forms a straight line.
Yeah,
you should take those elevations yourself sometime.
The X and the Y graphs are definitely straight lines, aren't they?
Well,
see, I think there's the mistake.
Line,
there's the mistake. He's
no, there's no mistake there. That's what they do.
What?
That's exactly what those do.
They plot elevation profiles on an XY graph. Yeah, I mean, I've seen them. I've never seen one that looks like that for a straight line, though.
That's what those elevations at LIGO show you. Those are that's the shape of those pads.
That's the shape of those pads. the straight line has some sort of a curve in it. Because that's the shape of those pads. I think at this sort of point, Blue's, you know, sounds like he's slowing down. His brain's sort of processing something. He's realising there might be something going a little bit wrong here.
Is he saying the pads are following the curve of the Earth, but the arm is actually horizontal? I don't get what he's saying.
It's the elevation profile with the inverted concave straight lines on them.
Yeah, he's got elevations. Like, so he's got it dropping off, going to the right on the top one, but the elevation shows it should be going up. Is that right?
No, it's the curved. But I mean, like I said, the mistake he's made is having the X and Y graph already on it. Because the only way you can straighten these lines out is by curving this X axis on the graph. So he's sort of giving the game away by curving X, showing you everyone that you have to curve X, which is the horizontal in reality.
It sounded to me like he was dropping a bomb, and his bomb was supposed to open your mind to the idea that level is curved.
I think that he is realizing that he has to accept paradox here.
Yeah, I think
he's
so.
Admitting that.
Yeah, his brain just sort of never come to that realization before. Now he is actually realizing it. I think that's not the shape of the
looks like
they're meant to be the straightest thing.
Yeah, it is, Bill. That's what happens when you plot elevations. Now, if you want to plot elevations on a sphere, they do turn into straight lines then.
There you go. There you go.
I didn't really.
He had to say that, right? Like,
yeah.
Can you play it one more time? It sounded like you just contradicted everything you were saying.
Why would he say that?
Of those
Why
pages.
in the hell?
He has to. He's just realised, like Paper just said, he come to the realisation that he's living in a paradox. So he has to go and say something that to, ease himself a bit. That's not the shape of the
looks like
they're meant to be the straightest thing.
Yeah, it is, Bill. That's what happens when you plot elevations. Now, if you want to plot elevations on a sphere, they do turn into straight lines then.
Oh, shit.
They do turn into straight lines if you plot it on a sphere.
Yeah. Oh, man.
What's the reverse of that? When you plot them on a plane, straight lines would turn into a curve, right?
Yeah. If you plot them wrongly, then what you end up with is a straight line looking like a concave line.
Yeah, then there's no that's what I've gone through this before, and then I say then boats over the horizon is useless to you then.
It's got nothing to do with that. This is just plainly about a straight line.
Straight line, yeah. Yeah, this is plotting straight lines.
Yeah.
At the same time, you cannot have straight lines on a sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, if you plot it on a sphere, like if you bend the x-axis into a ball, then he can have his straight lines. Like, so you can only have straight lines in reality, apart from the XY graph that you're using to plot the curve.
You gotta play it again.
You've got to
play that one again.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the whole crux, right? That's basically the whole argument. That what he has to say right there, model dictates. He has to say it.
There's not even like this is only the beginning of it. You think that's good?
I've never heard anything like that.
Yeah, I know it's good, but Blue thinks he's teaching us at the minute.
Shape of those pads.
That's not the shape of the
it looks
pads.
like
They're meant to be the straightest thing.
Yeah, it is, Bill.
The XY graph. Yeah, I mean, I've seen them. I've never seen one that looks like that for a straight line, though.
That's what those elevations at LIGO show you. Those are that's the shape of those pads.
That's the shape of those pads, he says. The straightest thing. This, he says, these elevation profiles are the shape of the pad. I mean, how... Well, I don't know. I sort of feel sorry for him because this is obviously mentally distressing.
You know,
that's not the shape.
Yeah. No, I really do feel sorry for. I sometimes like almost choke up when I start hearing these people talk. Sometimes I really do feel that sad about the situation. Yeah, it's fucked.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
It looks like
they're meant to be the straightest thing.
Yeah, it is, Bill. That's what happens when you plot elevations. Now, if you want to plot elevations on a sphere, they do turn into straight lines then.
Sorry.
Yeah. Take those same elevations now, and instead of plotting it on a linear
on like an XY graph, like you'd normally do, like he has done there.
Yeah, take those elevations and put them on a sphere.
Yeah.
And they form perfectly straight lines then.
But they are straight lines. Like, why do you need to introduce a sphere to make a straight line straight for an elevation profile?
because that's the only way it can work.
Sounds like
those elevations show you
model affliction here, Blue.
No. This is a massive geometric misunderstanding on your part.
No, right. So here's the bit that I'm at, right? At my mind, while I'm in this conversation with Blue, right? I'm here now and I'm thinking, it is a straight line, right? LIGO is definitely straight. And the elevation profile, as far as I know, would show a straight line. Because I know engineering plans and buildings and all of that. So if your elevation profile has a straight line, then you would build a straight line. Because the elevation profile shows a straight line. Now, for you to have an elevation profile of a straight line that doesn't look straight, and in turn have to map it on a spherical system in order to turn the actual straight line into a straight line, is a little bit mind-bending, right? Surely somebody should go, but we don't have to do that in reality. Nobody uses a spherical coordinate system to map straight lines so they look straight. That just doesn't happen.
Yes, but he said that it works that way. He didn't say that it works on the sphere, just it works that way. So putting straight lines on a sphere, and it means that it makes them straight on the sphere. This is nonsense, but I think that he meant this, what he was saying, that if you really straight lines put on a sphere, they will be straight on the sphere.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in about his sphere. I'm more interested in the elevation profile. Like, in reality, everyone can see elevation profile. Type it in. Boom, boom, boom. Elevation profile. Look at them. And you will see straight lines on elevation profiles. And they will be, in reality, they will be straight lines. Blue and Stark Otter are the ones that have come with elevation profiles of the straightest thing that don't look straight.
Yes, so this is Mission Impossible, and he is aware of that, and he just names curved lines on the sphere straight lines to be happy.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. This curve has been brought by Stark Otter, right? Now, any normal person, I'm thinking any normal person, would say, yeah, it doesn't look right. Never seen anything like that before. Why is the elevation profile of the straight line not straight? Why does it not look straight? Remember, there's loads of people in that room as well that are looking at this. And there's loads of people watching here now and, like, you know, looking at this. And are you saying, well, how can you have an elevation profile of a straight line that isn't straight?
But I know the answer. Stark Order is showing that he used wrong coordinate system because he used straight lines on a plane, and he should show coordinate system of straight lines on a sphere. That's his mistake here on this picture.
Well, it's sort of tangent plane geometry, isn't it? Because it's not spherical geometry. It's I don't know. It's like it is straight line geometry. It's just like you imagine a circle somewhere. But this is taking it one step further. The circle and the straight line have proper fused themselves into the axis. They've gone into the horizontal, right? The curve is embedded itself within the axis in order to do this. That's why I think that they're proper troubled. This is what you call, or what I call, a nutsacking. He's nutsacked himself. Blue, look, we're just talking about somebody putting 2 tangent points on the same straight line, one at each end.
He
and look at the
absolutely did
confusion
not.
it's caused.
He absolutely did not.
He should have done it this himself. He shouldn't have brought you forward to be doing
Nobody
this.
brought me forward, Bev.
Well, you offered yourself up for this, then.
Nobody brought me forward, Bev.
Okay.
I brought myself here.
Good.
Now,
but it seems like you've just justified an elevation profile of a straight line to be not straight.
That's what it will look like when you plot it linearly.
Yeah, and then you said you have to change. That's what it would look like when you plot it linearly. A straight line plotted linearly ends up as a curve.
Yes.
He tried to say that earlier, but he stopped himself.
Yeah.
And then he said it this time. He used linear.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the craziest thing I think I've ever heard.
Yes, but he is starting to be cautious because he is saying not it is, but it looks like. So this is some kind of awareness.
Change the graph, right? The axis of the graph, you have to change that in order to make it into a straight line.
Have you ever?
I don't know any elevation profiles that are ever mapped onto a curved. Do you curve both of the axis, or just one of them?
Nobody ever does. We don't ever do that.
No.
Okay,
X and Y are definitely perpendicular, straight lines.
No,
they're all parallel to each other, aren't they? All the X's parallel, all the Y's parallel.
You have to realize that every elevation is a curve.
No, it's just a point in elevation. It's just a point.
Elevation point is a point on a sphere.
It's just a point, Blue. It's
a point
on a vertical datum. And Rumpus was saying this last night. That's not a tangent point, is it? It's just a point.
Every elevation is a point on a sphere.
No, you don't get mixed up, Blue, between an elevation point and a tangent point. They're just because they have point in them. That doesn't mean they're the same thing.
I didn't say they were, Bill.
Good.
Don't be putting words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm definitely not. I'm trying to just clarify it for everybody else listening.
Just calm down. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
He did not put 2 tangent points on the same line.
He definitely did, Blue. That's that. Blue's escape from there was back to the 2 tangent points on the same straight line.
Yes, he has to repeat that because he has nothing else to do.
Straight into the fire again. Let me jump in. Let's go. He might have been calling for help there. I don't think.
He definitely did not. No, it's provable by me very easily. All you've got to do is look at his drawing. There is only one tangent point identified on 2 different lines.
Except the corner point is a shared of both of the lines.
It's a shared point with those 2 lines.
It's not the shared. It's not the shared point of tangency of both of the lines.
An infinite number of other lines too, Biff. It's just a point in space.
Why did he not just use that one corner point for the tangent of both lines? Why?
Because then you've got one arm sloping uphill and the other arm sloping downhill. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why. Then you would have one sloping uphill and one sloping downhill. It just makes it hard to look at.
Same straight line. Yeah, you'd have the same straight line sloping both uphill and downhill.
Straight line, Bill. Straight lines can't. A straight line can't have a 90-degree bend in it.
Yeah. That's why we said the double drop makes you go for the hump, doesn't it? You have to go for the hump.
Do you understand what you're doing wrong? A straight line can't have a 90-degree turn in it, Bill. Each one of those is a different line.
Each one of those is a different line. I think there's some really good stuff coming up here now. Just goes deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, right? If you want to go down the fucking straight line rabbit hole.
It doesn't get much better. This is the first time I've heard this, and I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
Yeah, this is this morning. Literally. Conversations I have. I mean, these are the conversations I've been asking for like years. We could have had this 2 years ago. I don't know why it took this long. But it's a plane, isn't it? It's a horizontal plane. He's got both of them marked as horizontal when they have a common shared horizontal point at the end of that line.
According to what you're telling me, then a triangle could have a single line can form a triangle.
Where did you get that from, Blue? Yeah, I think. See, like, where's he bring that from? He's absolutely just gone down a rabbit hole and come out with a straight line triangle. And tried to pin me with it. I think your geometry is going a bit fried.
He's trying to pin his.
No, from you.
Yeah. Well, no, I think
from what you're saying, if you're claiming a line can have any kind of turn in it you want to put in it, then a triangle is a single line.
The corner point is shared. It's a shared point, Blue. It's the end point of the arm that you've already got one tangent at the other end.
At a different elevation.
Yeah, a tangent point. I'm like, you can put it what elevation you want. You can put a slope to whatever you want. You can say it's definitely not horizontal because it's got a slope to it. Everybody knows that in mathematics, right, a horizontal line has 0 slope.
That's right.
That's right.
These lines are not horizontal.
Yeah.
So
as depicted in the elevation profile, because in the graphs that Starkadder put up, the X and the Y, one of those would be of 0 slope, right? So that would be classed as horizontal.
You can actually.
And your elevation profiles show that you've got a big curved line, so it can't be horizontal, can it?
And actually, one of the arms at Livingston is almost horizontal. Almost.
Have you seen the elevation profiles? Which one of them do you reckon's almost horizontal with those curved lines in the elevation profiles? The ones that Starkadder posted.
The line that's almost horizontal, the arm that's almost horizontal in that thing that you posted from Starkadder is the bottom left. The elevation at each end. Are
we comparing it to that horizontal line on the graph?
At each end, the elevation.
Comparing the straight line elevation as nearly horizontal, the curved line, to compare it with the actual horizontal of the graph. And it's meant to be the straightest thing in the universe.
And it's very, very off. So he should make a reclamation to this institute, whatever it was, because this is off.
All four of them are different. Like, they're all the straightest thing in the universe, all four arms. But yet they have a different curvature to an elevation drawing. I mean, something's going on here.
The job was not well done then.
Well, I wouldn't say the job's not been well done. I'd say there's something going on with the numbers and the plotting of the graphs that people are using. Like, because the LIGO's obviously dead straight.
Yes, I'm laughing because if these pictures are showing truth, therefore it means that these LIGO constructors just made a very, very bad job here.
No. It means that anybody doing any sort of construction job would know that an elevation profile that showed an upwards curving line at some sort of varying degree obviously meant that they were meant to plan and depict a straight line. Right? The contractors are brilliant. They can tell the difference of an elevation profile of a straight line which looks like this. This is Blue's elevation profiles and Starcodder's elevation profiles of a straight line. Next time you see an architect, just ask him. Elevation, can I ever see an elevation profile? And then look at it and go, why is it straight? Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Positions are the same. Almost.
Oh, so you say horizontal is when the elevations are the same.
Within a few hundredths of a foot.
Is that the definition of a horizontal then? Zero slope.
Huh?
No elevation change.
That is my definition of a horizontal in this context is.
Here you go. Blue has just said that a horizontal, right, has zero elevation change.
Yes, and now he's bringing his definition.
Well, no, that's this graph. Pay attention to what's going on. This not straight line is not straight when you compare it to this straight line. But Blue has just said this straight line is this line of zero elevation change. But that's not right, is it? What he's got to do is he's got to bend this horizontal into a curve. Then he can make this straight line straight. So he's bendizontal. He's prepping it in his mind. That's how Blue can have these straight lines concave.
In this context, which is the model affliction.
He's about to bend the horizontal. He's about to go full bendizontal to try and justify the not straight line becoming straight.
But still, these lines are curved. They are visibly curved, but this bendizontal line is not seemingly curved anyway. So it is.
Yeah, the horizontal is straight and the straight line is curved. In order to make the curved straight line straight, you have to bend the horizontal. Not saying that Blue wants to bend a horizontal conceptually in his mind or anything. And he's willing to help, Starcodder's helping him by showing him absolutely ridiculous elevation profiles that only work with the Glober. These look normal to the globe enthusiast. We have to.
Perpendicular to vertical at its center point.
The center point
But
of the
only
line.
At the center, yeah.
Oh.
The horizontal.
Here we go. Listen, this is a good bit. No elevation change.
That is my definition of a horizontal in this context is perpendicular to vertical at its center point.
The center point. A horizontal is perpendicular to a vertical at its center point.
His definition.
No, a horizontal. The center point of a horizontal. You know.
Yes, but
center point.
He said his definition in this context.
Yeah. Yeah, but where's the... I'm about to go over it with him. Just think quickly. Where's the center of a horizontal? No?
On the globe?
Infinite centers.
Well, yeah, where is it? You have to make it a segment, don't you? You can't just say a horizontal line. You've got no A and B to put a midpoint on.
Horizontal line is infinite. It doesn't exist. It's a,
We'll go over this with you later, but I want to listen to the rest of this video. But I do have something to say on that.
What, the midpoint? The midpoint of a line that you've not signified an end. Either end. There is no midpoint. It's a place that doesn't exist. Blue's mind's going. He's losing his mind at the minute. Doesn't know what he's saying. A lot of people don't know what they're saying. Point of the line.
At the center, yeah.
Oh. You mean the center point of the segment?
Yeah, center point of that line.
Of the segment.
What segment, Bev? The
you
line.
You have to define two end points to have a segment. A line just depicts a straight line. I mean, you can't say where the center point of a straight line is, can you, Blue?
You really?
That'd be ridiculous.
You can't? You want me to show you how to do that? I mean, we can
without defining the two end points
with a compass. I mean, I've done that many times, haven't you? It's not a real problem. You're telling me you don't know how to find the center point of a line
of a segment?
It's really easy. It's really simple.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do is take a compass.
You've got to put A and B
beyond the center point.
But you start pointing on the end point, and then
connects it to the intersection.
I do a Vesica Pisces.
And that actually forms a perpendicular to that line, and it bisects the line.
Mm-hmm.
That will find the center point for you.
He's rambling now. He's trying to find a center point of a line without defining.
Yes, and he is definitely talking to himself because he doesn't realize that you cannot have. You cannot establish middle point of infinite in one direction and infinite in the second direction. So, or vector rather. So this is impossible. And he is talking that it is surely done.
Yeah.
Well, he's throwing in a bunch of jargon of provable geometry, and how this is this and this and that everybody agrees on, so that he can then say that means I know what I'm talking about when I say this next bullshit. Yeah.
And I do know how to find the center point of a segment. It's very easy, and geometry, like I said, Vesica Pisces, dead easy.
See, it's real easy. You just got to know a little bit about geometry. That's all. Yeah, so that thing that Starkadder put, the bottom left is one of the arms at Livingston, and the two end elevations are within hundredths of a foot of being the same. So it's almost what I would define as horizontal.
You mean matching the mathematical description of horizontal?
Matching my definition of horizontal, which is perpendicular to the gravity vector at its center point.
No. Did you hear that?
Yes, to gravity, it means bendizontal, straightforward.
Because I said, this is something I've been doing just recently. The mathematical description of horizontal is a line with zero slope and perpendicular to vertical, which makes all of them parallel mathematically.
Okay, so now this takes away his boats over the horizon as a proof then.
Yeah, well, it's just very geometric statement, vertical and horizontal within mathematics. They are perpendicular, and that perpendicularity within mathematics has a proof that all of the verticals will become parallel. All of the horizontals will also become parallel, just in mathematics. And that's what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, and the only thing that from the globe view you can observe and verify with your own eyes is boats over the horizon. And if he's saying that no, it all just levels out to be straight, then you have zero visible proof of this. Only mathematics in his own mind.
Well, you ready for somebody to give up mathematics? Mathematical horizontal is just perpendicular to vertical, like parallel.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Perpendicular to vertical, but that only occurs
at all points.
At the center point.
At all points only occurs on the horizontal.
It only occurs at the center point. You're wrong.
No, mathematically, it's at all points perpendicular.
It's only
to vertical.
Perpendicular to the vertical, which is the gravity vector at its center.
Yeah, but are we at its center? He keeps saying that as though it's some sort of a loop that he's on.
Yes, because they desperately need to rephrase this statement that lines are perpendicular. But now, not only Blue, but Rumpus before and many of them, they are trying to teach new expression that line can be perpendicular or parallel to a point, which is complete nonsense. But they are repeating this statement many times.
Yeah, bottom line is the center of their globe is the horizon.
No, he's talking about the center of a horizontal. Just the center of a horizontal.
This is his midpoint.
Crazy. That's where it's perpendicular. Are you talking about the mathematical horizontal now with zero slope?
We're talking about the real world, Biff. Okay. We're talking about the planet.
And is the real world different to you than that mathematical description of horizontal?
The real world is exactly what I described, where at each point has a vertical which is not parallel with any other point, with any other vertical.
Well, mathematically, that's different, isn't it? Because mathematically, the verticals. Well, that's what gives you a chance to be able to say horizontal has zero slope.
Mathematically with a sphere, it's exactly the way I defined it.
No, because everybody's used to the XY perpendicular.
I don't care what you're used to.
Yeah.
When we're talking about a sphere, every point on that sphere has a different vertical, which is not parallel to any other vertical, intersecting the center of the sphere.
So you're not talking about the mathematical understanding of vertical and horizontal, then?
Yeah, I'm talking about the three-dimensional spherical definition of it, Biff.
See, I just go with the mathematical definition because I don't think you've defined.
Well, you just want to go. Yeah, you just want to go with the 2D part of it.
Yeah, you wouldn't use perpendicular, then, would you?
Spherical. Huh? Sure.
You would use perpendicular as well, because they perpendicular is two straight lines, right?
There's no problem with perpendicular. Perpendicular has lots of different connotations.
No, it doesn't. It's just the perpendicular has lots of different connotations. Okay, let's go. Lots. State one.
But still, he is admitting that he is in 3D spherical geometry, not 2D like Brenda. So,
well, he said we're living in 2D with the vertical change. Right? Vertical is obviously 3D. That's the Z, isn't it?
Yes, but he said that this spherical geometry is 3D, not 2D, like Brenda. So
Yeah, I could see it coming. That's why I said he's definitely envisioning the globe with the center of the globe being the horizon.
Yeah, it's blue marble science. Of course he's showing the fucking globe. It's what he's doing is what's happened to him when he's talking about a straight line. His model has completely screwed up his straight line reality.
Yeah, and then from the center he has that horizon, and everything is just measured degrees off of that, and it's a vertical that intersects with his ever-moving center horizon.
No, he has a problem with the perpendicular because he can't handle a straight line.
Yes, because
Well,
on the sphere,
lines to one another.
We can call them surface normals if you want to. You can have a normal to any surface.
What's going on? We're talking about the. Close that down. Oh, it's me cat. Oh, no, I'm gonna have to find that thing back again, aren't I?
You couldn't afford to actually put in a cricket noise?
A what?
It says cricket noise. Oh, that's probably not you. It says the app says cricket noise. The stream, when the stream ends.
I don't know where we were. Quite a way in, I think. Oh no, we were on.
You do a really good. You do really well talking to him. I'll tell you that. Like you're not a dick. You're not taking over. You're letting him do it. You do really well on that.
I mean, you shouldn't have brought you forward together to be doing
Nobody
this.
brought me forward, Bill.
You offered yourself up
more
for this.
more patient than I would.
With those
but
two
it's not the
lines
shared
like that.
At a different elevation. You can actually.
And your elevation profiles show that you've got a big curve line, so it can't.
The line that's almost horizontal, the arm that's. It's not a real problem.
Of the segment.
Yeah, you let him get himself out of the hole.
Yeah,
See, when he,
well,
not really out of the hole, but
without defining the
pep talked himself. He said, "All right, calm down. It's not, He said, calm down. What did he say? Something like, "You can do this." And then he gathered himself again and started back over.
Yeah. Keeps going and going.
Yeah, so that thing that Starkadder put, the bottom left is one of the arms at Livingston, and the two end elevations are.
But that's what gives you a chance to be able to say horizontal has zero slope.
Mathematically, with a sphere, it's exactly the way I defined it.
No, because everybody's used to the XY perpendicular.
I don't care what you're used to.
Yeah.
When we're talking about a sphere, every point on that sphere has a different vertical, which is not parallel to any other vertical intersecting the center of the sphere.
So you're not talking about the mathematical understanding of vertical and horizontal then?
Yeah, I'm talking about the three-dimensional spherical definition of it, Biff.
The three-dimensional spherical definition is Euclidean. That's a 3D sphere. And that would run on the XY axis anyway. Straight lines for the radius.
Yes. Three separated dimensions, not two curved dimensions.
Yeah, blues. I mean, straight lines. See, I just go with the mathematical definition because I don't think you've defined.
Well, you just want to go. Yeah, you just want to go with the 2D part of it.
Yeah, you wouldn't use perpendicular, then, would you?
Spherical. Huh? Sure.
You would use perpendicular as well.
Is used
because perpendicular is two straight lines, right?
Base is curved.
What?
Oh, that's what it says on the internet.
Yeah, it's all right. We're listening to Blue.
No, I didn't hear. I'm sorry. Yeah, my volume down.
Can you guys hear that? Or
I don't think you have it on Discord.
I cannot see or hear anything on Discord.
Okay. There you go. Back again.
Mm-hmm.
No problem with perpendicular. Perpendicular has lots of different connotations.
No, it doesn't. It's just the relationship of two straight lines to one another.
We We can
Right
call
angles.
them surface normals if you want to. You can have a normal to any surface, Biff.
We're talking about the X and Y axis, though, being perpendicular.
Yeah, but
That's
we're
what
getting-
proves the X and Y
we're really-
being perpendicular
yeah.
and parallel within mathematics.
You're getting off in the weeds.
No, I'm
What
just
we
talking.
really
I'm
are-
just trying to
all
keep
we're really
us on track here.
All we're really looking at, and the only thing Starkadder, well, not Starkadder, the only thing FE Dogma was trying to show, and it's the same thing that I showed, is that those elevations at LIGO, none of the elevations plot a straight line. If you just go by the elevations, they don't form a straight line unless you wrap them around a sphere. Then you get a straight line.
See, there you go. He says it again. Tells you exactly what he does in his mind. The elevation profiles, he makes them not straight for some unknown reason. And then conceptually can wrap them around a sphere to straighten them out again.
Yes, this is completely nonsensical because these horizontal lines, these LIGO arms, are, let's say, in the air. So it doesn't matter what is beneath these lines. So this is, I cannot express it. It is complete utter nonsense.
Yep. So what do you reckon they asked for when they asked the company to do it?
What do you mean? What do I think they asked for?
Well, when they were handing them the plans for it and all of that, and they said, we want this to be the straightest line we can have, possibly. And they looked at the elevation profiles that you've got there. Stark Odders give us there. And do you think they'd have gone, oh, yeah, wow, they look really straight?
They designed it, Biff.
Yeah. That's how they designed it, with those elevation profiles.
Of course.
I've never seen that before. I mean, of course. Of course. Like, they handed that as elevation profiles to a building contractor and said, this is the straightest thing in the universe. I mean, you being an expert contractor would definitely be able to tell that from a concave arm. They may even have different concavity to them, but they'd definitely know that they were both the straightest things. They'd have gone, fucking hell, that's straight. Oh, I don't know. Take some specialist equipment to make him that straight.
Just as you asked, 4 inches higher at each end. There you go.
4 foot slope. I can see you've got it. I can see it's straight, but you've got a 4 foot slope on there. You sure that's right?
I think that they definitely looked at these plants with the fisheye lens, so it was straight.
That's fucking crazy. Here we go. Here we go.
Well, you've never been in construction, but
Well,
that's how you do
actually.
this.
That's where I did my surveying.
Clearly, you've
When I was
not
doing
been
that
involved in
college. Yeah,
that's pretty obvious. You've not been involved in this sort of construction before. That's how this is done.
After I'd done my joinery.
The architect engineering company, in this case, it was Jacobs. Once they decided where they wanted to situate these things, and where they wanted their tangent plane to lie,
they had 2.
From that,
they had 2, didn't they? We call it a tangent plane with 2 tangent points on it. Then I'll pull that back. Listen,
lie.
They had 2. Listen.
Once they decided where they wanted to situate these things, and where they wanted their tangent plane to lie.
Tangent plane, where they wanted the tangent plane. I spotted that. Listen to this. Is one of those things where Blue says doesn't want to say it. Realise that was a bit of a mistake. Leaves you geometrically out in the open. They had 2.
From that,
they had 2, didn't they? We call it a tangent plane with 2 tangent points on it. Then.
Well, no. Let's don't get confused.
No,
in the
FE
real
Dogma
world.
has 2 tangent points. Are we now talking about a tangent
just a moment.
plane?
Just a moment. Just a moment.
I'll go back to that other one. So
in the actual, what are you going back to now? I'm looking at Starkadder stuff.
Yeah, I'm going back to the Hanford LIGO one where you've got 2 tangent points. Are you now saying when they lay that out, they're looking for a tangent plane? Because that would make it different. You definitely have 2 tangent points on 1 tangent plane. I'd then ask about the other end of the other arm. Does that deserve a tangent point?
No, Bill. If you like, I can pull up the.
I'm buttering him up for the triple nutsack there, right? Do you hear it?
Yes. He's badly cornered.
Yeah.
I can pull up the description in the paper that was written by Jacobs.
Right.
CBI,
is it now a tangent
MIT,
plane, Blue?
Caltech, all of the people.
We're narrowing it down now.
I don't think so.
It's a tangent plane, though. The LIGO, when they're sorting out for the plans, they go for a tangent plane.
When they design this thing, they tell you very point blank when they designed it, they situated the LIGO arms, which now you're talking about both arms together, do form a plane. Do you agree? 2 lines.
3.
Those
3 coplanar points would make a triangle. Establish the plane.
Those 2 intersecting arms. Those 2 intersecting arms have 3 non-collinear points, which will define a plane. Do you agree with that?
Coplanar points. Yeah.
3 non-collinear points.
But as soon as you join them up, they are coplanar, Blue.
You know what non-collinear means, right? They're not in a straight line. 3 points not in a straight line.
Yeah, it's a triangle, Blue.
That defines a plane.
Hello.
Right?
Yes, this one in particular, is perpendicular, right? So it's a right angle triangle, Blue.
Now,
and the equal length would make it an isosceles, right angle triangle. Is tangent. Brilliant.
That plane is tangent to the geoid at some point.
He's got 2 tangent
within
points.
That triangle.
FE Dogmas give you 2.
There's only one.
But he's put 2. There is definitely 2.
Bev, just to illustrate the curvature. That's all.
So we've established now we've got a plane. We've got 3 coplanar points, and there is definitely 2 tangent points on that plane. That's what we know. Or we know that FE Dogma's put 2 tangent points on that plane. And now Blue is struggling again.
He's struggling badly with 3 points because whenever these points are, you can create plane on them with triangle.
Yeah.
So if you have 3 points and you will join with straight lines, you will always receive 1 plane, only 1 plane.
Yes. What, he's put 2 different tangent points to elevate the curvature? Or you're putting 1 tangent point to show the curvature?
Will you pick one direction and stick with it? First of all, you want to talk about what FE Dogma did. Then you want to switch to what the contractor looked at. Now I'm talking about what the contractor did. Now you're going back to FE Dogma.
You're the one that's all.
Make your mind up. Which one do you want to go with?
We're talking about
I don't care. We'll talk about
the straight line now established as a plane because it's 3 coplanar points, having 2 tangent points in FE Dogma's video.
No, FE Dogma didn't talk about planes. He talked about each arm.
No, you just talked about a tangent plane because as you said, 3 coplanar points establish a plane.
You said hey, do you not know what you asked me? You asked me what the contractor did. You asked me what were they asked to do?
No, I'm just trying to get the geometric understanding of this, Blue.
Yeah, I understand how confused you are.
Yep.
So if you listen for a minute, I'll explain it to you again.
Okay.
They wanted the plane that is defined by those 2 arms to be tangent to the WGS 84 at some point within that triangle formed by the 2 arms. And that's what they got. That's exactly what they did. So there's a tangent point for the plane that the 2 arms form, but it's somewhere, it's not on at either end or along either one of those tubes.
Okay, so
it's somewhere out there in the middle of that
shouldn't be
triangle.
two,
They say
right? That was a
point blank.
mistake from FE Dogma to put
No,
two.
it's not it's not a mistake from FE Dogma.
Well, he's put 2 tangent points. You said can you have 2 tangent points on the same tangential plane?
He's not looking at the plane.
He's looking. Well, that's just one arm. But you said, that one arm will lie in the same plane as the 3 coplanar points that establish the triangle, right?
That's a line. Each one of them is a line. You understand that, right?
There's 3 points in order to make the straight line and then establish the plane for the geometric construction of a triangle.
He didn't establish any planes. He just had a series of what should be collinear points, although if you unless you consider the curvature of the Earth, they're not collinear.
See, how badly is this going here now? They are collinear unless you imagine the curvature of the Earth. And then they are collinear. What's up with him? Because of that elevation profile, isn't it?
He's trying to get rid of this tangent point, and he's putting it somewhere in the middle of this plane between 2 arms. Maybe I understood it wrongly, but he's trying to put this tangent point somewhere else.
Yeah. Somewhere other than the entire reason of me talking to him about FE Dogma putting 2 tangent points on the same straight line and one of the arms. I mean, I'm not saying it proves anything. I'm not saying much. I'm just saying it seems to me like a massive geometric mistake. Like a huge geometric mistake that somebody can't just say, yeah, okay. Yeah, we were definitely wrong there. It was a mistake to put 2 different tangent points at each end of that line.
Nah, we'll be fine.
Yeah, he's still trying to scramble about how he gets out of it.
And even so, it's an elevation change, so the plane would be vertical.
Did you hear that? Complete and utter mental breakdown.
Plane would be vertical. Okay.
And even so, it's an elevation change, so the plane would be vertical.
It's an elevation change, so the plane would be vertical. You know why that is?
Like
it's
a
an
rocket.
elevation profile, isn't it?
What?
That LIGO plane isn't vertical.
Absolutely. Well, you can't make it horizontal, Bill, because they're
I know, because on the globe, you don't have horizontal planes, do you?
Oi.
You can. You can have a
No, not on the globe model. You can't.
A tangent plane. You can have a tangent plane. Of
You
course
can have a horizontal plane. Blue. Listen to his words again.
You can have a
No, not on the globe model. You can't.
A tangent plane. You can have a tangent.
Oh, you don't have horizontal planes, do you?
You can. You can have a
No, not on the globe model. You can't.
A tangent plane. You can have a tangent plane.
He says tangent. You can have a tangent plane.
Yes, he corrected himself.
Yeah.
Not tangent.
Because in reality, you can have horizontal planes. Not on the globe model. There's no such thing as a horizontal plane. Horizontal planes only exist in reality. Not on the globe model. You can have a horizontal plane, Blue. They don't exist on the globe model. At least not the mathematical geometric horizontal plane. That doesn't exist on the globe model, does it?
And that plane.
Just in reality, Blue. It's the only place horizontal planes exist, isn't it?
What?
Horizontal planes only exist in reality. Not on the globe model.
Horizontal. I've been looking around.
Planes only reality, Blue. Listen. It's the only place horizontal planes exist, isn't it?
What?
What? He's never heard that before.
Yes.
That was the first time Blue had ever heard that.
Yes, quite stunning.
Yeah.
Because he wanted always that his model is reality and the reality is not reality. So if you said opposite, he was quite stunned.
Yeah, I'll reverse it back because this is a serious, this is a cog-dis moment. Boom, fry. Listen,
and that plane.
Just in reality, Blue. It's the only place horizontal planes exist, isn't it?
What?
Horizontal planes only exist in reality, not on the globe model. Listen.
Horizontal. I've been looking around the room here to see if I can see a horizontal plane in reality. No, I don't see one.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen a horizontal? Have you seen a plane in reality?
Yeah, they get used all the time for establishing elevation changes.
Really?
Yep.
Really? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I can go on Amazon and order a plane.
You can go on Amazon and order a device to establish a horizontal plane, yeah?
You can't order a plane, Beth. Come on. That's just silly. All right.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you, Blue. I think FE Dogma should have come and done this. He shouldn't have put you in this position.
Nobody put me in this position, Beth. I'm here because I want to be here. I'm here because I want to expose the kind of crap that you've been spewing for the last couple of days.
Look, Blue, I'm just saying, FE Dogma's made a video with 2 tangent points on the same straight line.
Well, and you're just continuing to lie about that. I'm sorry, but there's no other way I can put it now. I've explained.
He's saying that I'm lying about FE Dogma putting 2 tangent points on the same end of the straight line just because he can't see it. Because it's a fucking massive parallelism for him. He's calling me a liar.
Yes, he has to end in that way because he just need to deny his senses.
It's not ended.
Not ended. So.
No, he's just warming up.
Else?
Yeah. Like you could hear that brain freeze moment about the horizontals now. His brain's processing it.
It to you time and time again, and you refuse to listen. He only identified one point as a tangent point on each of two separate arms.
No, the corner point also
I don't care if the points are shared. I don't care if the corner point's shared.
It does, because he doesn't care if the corner point is shared. They're 2 separate lines. It's getting difficult for him now, and we're about to go for it completely destroys what you've just said, Blue.
No, it doesn't, Biff. It does not. It's 90 degrees to it. It's not the same line. It's a different line. Because they coincidentally share the same point makes no difference. And the only reason those things have been identified that way as tangent points, it just makes a way to look at how much curvature that each one of those pads has in it.
Yeah, it just goes to show FE Dogma draws circles wherever he wants. Bears no relation to reality or geometric
that's okay
proofs.
For the purpose of illustrating that
it's okay to just draw circles underneath straight lines.
It's okay to represent
and try and fool everybody that the tangent point doesn't matter. You have 2 tangent points on this.
You can go with Stark Otter's drawings if you like.
Elevation profiles.
What it looks like. Yeah, you can draw the elevations that way.
That's a ridiculous elevation profile, Blue. I've never seen anything like that. The only other, even you did one, didn't you?
Bev,
you did an elevation profile of Lake Pontchartrain. It was on a different direction.
Can you plot those elevations yourself and see if Starkadder is right or not?
You know that thing that you did
Do you have that
at
capability?
Lake Pontchartrain? Do you think if you
now
were
we're going to Lake
to
Pontchartrain.
straighten that hump that you put in it, would the chord end up looking like the horizontal line? Do you think? What do you reckon?
Say what?
You know, you did that thing. Jesse Kozlowski got you to show us the 90-foot hump, the Sagittarius, as you said.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you know that's a curve, but it's the opposite direction, right? If you were to straighten that curve that you put in Lake Pontchartrain, do you think the chord, the one that you called horizontal, would end up curving like Starkadder's elevation profile?
Actually, I'm sure it will. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. You're sure it will. So if you take a curved line and straighten it out, then straight lines end up looking curved.
Yes.
Who'd have thunk it?
This is Nutsacks.
Yeah. Which straight line is curved, and which curved line do you want to make into a straight? I mean, this is literally madness at the moment you start doing this. You can't tell what's a curved line, what's a straight line, because you'll start swapping curved line to straight lines. You don't know which is which.
Yeah, what's the reference?
Nobody can tell. It's just left in a state of confusion.
Well, yeah.
And that's the aim of what Blue's doing with the model. Just aiming to try and confuse you about a straight line. As if you don't know what a straight line is. Because a straight line's curved. It's crazy. So that's how you get a straight line. To end up with that curvature on an elevation profile. What you do is
that's just what the elevation
the
showed,
actual curve.
That's just what the elevation
to curve the straight line. It's brilliant thinking, Blue. I love it.
Thank you.
Ooh.
That's reality, Beth. I know it hurts your feelings, but that's it.
It's reality that you straighten curved lines so you can then curve straight lines.
No, that's not what happens at all.
That's what you've just said.
No, that's not what I just said.
Yes, it is exactly what he's just said. He's just so confused in his mind, as you would be, because it sounds crazy.
And he didn't say this first time here. He did say that before.
Yeah.
So this is not first time.
He might not realize that's what he's saying or that's what's actually occurring in his mind. But, I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that he's got elevation profiles of straight lines that aren't straight. Somehow he can make them straight, but that curves straight lines again. It's mental.
I took 2 points I took 3 points in space at Pontchartrain. 3 points. One at each end of the bridge and one in the center. Those are just points in space, and they are not collinear. If you connect the beginning point and the ending point, form a straight line there, the center point describes an arc. And that arc has a sagitta of about 90 feet, right?
Right, so Blue's laid it out. Lake Pontchartrain. Point A, point B. Both ends of the water, you draw a straight line from point A to point B. Point C in the centre, he says, forms an arc.
Yes, he said this is not collinear.
With a sagitta. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
He said that.
That's reality. And it matches exactly what you see visually, too.
Is that like a 90-foot vertical distance?
That's like a sagitta of 90 feet.
Yeah. With sagitta of 90 feet, that'd be vertical.
above a cord that you can't see because it's running under the lake.
Yeah. So it would be on a vertical datum, right? 90 foot would be on a vertical datum.
No, only if you define that cord line as a datum, Biff.
No, you just measure 90 feet from a point.
No.
Yeah. Remember, he said earlier you could use any point as a point and then use it as a datum that you could measure on the vertical datum from. He definitely said that, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yep.
And now he is saying that because I cannot imagine how this surveyor can shoot the other end of the bridge underwater. He was a diver.
You don't need to shoot it because you can use any point as that elevation marker and you can measure from that point anywhere. Blue said you can do that, and you can because it's a vertical datum. All you do is measure a vertical height from that point. And then you're on the vertical datum. He says 90 foot above either end. That would be on the vertical datum, right? That's all you've got to do. Measure vertically from a point. Yeah.
That's not. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you want to do that,
yeah,
then you've got to measure from the center of the Earth.
What? No. From the bridge.
There's no measure. No, you can't measure it from the bridge.
So earlier on, he said you could just start measuring from any datum, call that 0, and you could use the elevation changes from that. But now, he said, you've got to use the center of the Earth. For some reason, when it's about something you could actually measure, sort of a bit inconvenient for using any point. Put that point out of reach for you. Not like moving the goalposts, is there, from the globe?
Bridge.
You
like
said you
that,
could
Bill.
establish anywhere as a point. You said that earlier, and call that 0, and then use that to measure from. That's what the vertical datum does.
You can draw a cord line
90 feet on the vertical datum.
Yeah, you can draw a cord line from
The height of the bridge
beginning
above the two ends.
Yeah, and
90
yes, it would be 90 feet down through the bottom of that lake, and another 80 feet or 60 feet or whatever down to the cord line. Yeah,
90 feet above the two ends on the vertical datum.
90 feet above the cord line, connecting those two ends.
Yeah, the straight line established from the two ends.
You're very confused, I think. Yeah, the straight line established between the two ends is a cord line.
You're very
now, you
confused,
can't measure
man.
to it because that is at least 60 feet below the bottom of the lake, Beth.
What, a straight line from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge?
Yeah, would pass at the center 60 feet or so below the bottom of the lake.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Anybody was wondering whether there is a hump or not, Blue has drawn a straight line from each end of the bridge, and he has developed a 90-foot hump in the middle on the vertical datum, a measurable 90-foot difference.
Well, for one thing, it wouldn't be in the water because the water's only about 12 foot deep right there.
Uh-huh.
Ask me how I know. So
Yeah,
I
but
guess
it's
it would
90
be
foot.
through the land.
Yeah, that's what Blue said.
Yeah, it'd be through the earth underneath, not
Yeah.
the water.
The
Let's
water's
get
not
clear.
that deep, is it? It's only shallow, really. The whole lake's shallow, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 16 feet at its deepest, some channels, but 4 foot, 6 foot, 10 foot is pretty typical.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Lake Pontchartrain.
That's
Fished
why
on it
there's
all
so
my life.
much moisture lifting off, right?
It's really, really hot.
Yeah, when water's that shallow, I mean, it heats up quick.
Well, and then you get the turbulence because you get the snow melt water coming through the floodplains from the west. When they open the locks, yeah, those locks are open and it just flushes all that cold water into that warm water system. And then you'll also get some tidal backflow from the Mississippi plain on the east side when the wind's blowing right direction or you're getting the right tides, from the Mississippi, you get that floodplain pushing back into the lake, which is warm water also.
I never knew
and
that,
also
man.
salt water. So then you get fresh water, cold fresh water mixing with warm salt water. You got yourself a special situation then.
But most definitely not a 90-foot hump in the middle. I mean, Blue's once again going off an imagined curved straight line.
Well, it's definitely not 90 foot of water.
Yeah. Well, I put the straight line going from one end to the other pretty much on the water level all the way across. Like, there wouldn't be a 90-foot hump there. That would be impossible.
I did not know that. I'm glad you said that today. I didn't know that kind of like changes the whole lake for me.
The other thing people don't like to mention, especially Soundy, there's a railroad track on the west side that goes across, along with another highway, 4-lane highway that goes across that he forgot to mention. Another power line that he never shows because he's at the wrong angle. And another bridge on the east side that goes to Slidell that never, ever gets mentioned because you can't get the right angle on those to get the optical illusion that he likes to show as Earth curve.
It's 65 feet at its deepest, it says, with an average of 12 to 14 foot depth. Wow. Unreal.
Yeah, we fish all those pylons for trout. Trout will move in there certain times of the year, and we just go fish those pylons, and it holds trout. It holds bait and holds trout. Done it all my life. Duck hunt, fish. My actual land that I own is on the Amite River, which dumps into Lake Marpaw, which dumps into Lake Pontchartrain. I actually live on one of the rivers that dump into Lake Pontchartrain. Tchefuncta, Tickfall, Amite, Comite, and Amite converge on my land and then dump into Lake Marpaw after they go into the diversion canal and Tickfall, Petty Amite, and then go into Lake Marpaw, which is right northwest of Lake Pontchartrain. That's about a 6 or 8 mile across lake.
It makes me think that in the beginning of building this bridge, didn't they weigh out the cost of maybe just building a dam and draining the water versus building a bridge?
No, you don't want to drain the water around there.
All right.
That's money. Like, that's how people make their living, and it's a easy water. It used to be an easy transportation. They used to bring people from New Orleans over to Covington and Mandeville to do business, right? That's where all the rich people would buy their home front properties. They would work in New Orleans, but didn't want to live in the city. So then they started moving to Covington and Slidell and Mandeville. They would build their summer homes there. They would go across the lake and spend a summer or do whatever. It wasn't that far, but it seemed like worlds away back then.
Thanks for
when
sharing that.
They built that span, they only built one side. They built the east side first. Or no, the west side first. And I think they used 4 columns. Whichever way it is. One has 4 and one has 3, and the ones that are 3 are angled, and the ones that have 4 are straight up and down. They built them 2 different ways. They just built a big, huge manufacturing plant, concrete manufacturing plant there on the shoreline, and stressed all the concrete pylons and its spans, and then took it by barge and put it together. Yep. I live 35 minutes from it. I just passed it today. I drive over it weekly. But people don't know there's 3 separate bridges right in that same area. One on the west side, one in the middle, and one on the east side.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Right, are we done with the bridges? Back to LIGO. Let's go.
Now, if you want to dig a hole that deep, yeah, you can measure to it. But I don't, that's crazy.
Scuba gear.
So we've established that at one end of the bridge we could call that A, and the other end of the bridge we could call that B, and we could draw a straight line from A to B and call that just call it a straight line, right?
It's a chord, yeah.
Okay.
That's a chord line.
Can we establish a center point on that?
Sure.
Right, okay. Then from that center point, can we go vertically
90 feet?
90 feet upwards.
Yep.
Okay, establishing then a triangle, an isosceles triangle.
Well, no, you could.
Would be an isosceles because we've made the center point. So
you could make a triangle out of it, but in this case, those 3 points define an arc.
No, those 3 points would define the 3 coplanar points. They would establish a plane.
They can also define an arc, Biff. They can define a triangle, but they can also define an arc. In this case, it's an arc.
Yeah, well, you could put,
and you can prove that by going
and
you can prove that by doing the same thing. It's at more points than just the center point. I can do that for you.
But he's got the drop, but you've just shown a hump there, right? You've got a vertical 90 foot in the middle. That's a hump. But these ones here that he's drawn, he's put a tangent at each end and got like the drop.
Yeah, you can do it that. You can look at it that way too.
What, with the double drop? Or you could look at it as with the hump.
You could look at it that way too, Biff. You could put a tangent point at the center of the bridge.
In the center.
Say, okay,
could FE Dogma put a center point, a tangent point somewhere else in the center? And would that be higher?
I wouldn't try that with this because they're not level. Those arms are sloping, so it gets.
You like this?
Did he just say the arms were sloping?
Yeah, the arms are sloping. Yeah.
I thought the balls rolled inward.
So horizontal. Yeah. So the horizontal has to slope on the globe model, despite the fact that you haven't got a horizontal. But I mean, if you were to have a horizontal, then it would have to slope.
How's he even keeping up with his own words?
Say it's madness. That's the only place you can end up with, because it's pretty obvious that you have to end up in a state of massive confusion. But it can never be you that's confused. It's always got to be everybody else.
But he said the arms are sloping.
Yes, because he said that they are not level.
Sloping in which way?
Hey, it depends where the center point is.
I think in that case they would slope upwards, because if level is curving down, therefore horizontal line has to slope upwards. He didn't say that, but this is implication of what he's saying.
Yeah, I think he's still reeling from a few of the straight line conundrums he's already had so far. All I'm doing is, because I like doing this with LIGO and Lake Pontchartrain, is you compare the two. One of them is obviously a straight line that they want to curve into a hump. And the other one is a straight line that they like to show the double drop from. The double drop and the hump. all explained by two things that are straight, but different conceptions about how they work. Because Lake Pontchartrain, the surface of Lake Pontchartrain's a lake. It's straight. There's no hump. There's no 90-foot hump in the middle of it. It's ridiculous. Just like with LIGO, it's a straight line, but they have it curve in the opposite direction with the elevation profile.
A 90-foot hump in 12-foot water. That's crazy. I never knew that.
Yeah. Wait until you hear that Rumpus is looking for a 17-foot drop when it's only 1.5 meters above mean sea level. It's fantastic, some of the stuff that they're looking for.
Really messy if you start trying to play around with
sloping arms
with
of LIGO.
Well, they are.
They are.
You can read the elevations, right? I've explained elevations to you, so.
There you go, Buster, for you. The sloping arms of LIGO.
Where did that even come from?
Because it can't be horizontal. And horizontal can't be level. Therefore, it's got to be sloping. It's got to be.
How did they even build the freaking thing?
I don't know. FE Dogma's labelled it horizontal line. So there can't be a slope to that. But, I mean, Blue says there is a slope. So FE Dogma writing horizontal lines is like frying Blue's brain.
I think this deserves a song.
The sloping horizontals of LIGO. Twin tangent points. Well, about to be triple.
You can see that the elevations are changing. That means they are sloping. Right?
I don't know.
I'm sure
He's FE Dog
you?
is labelled a horizontal. I
Surely
wouldn't
you
want to go
understand.
against that.
Well, surely you can see the elevations. that
Mathematically,
we've
they
given.
have as a horizontal as a zero slope, Blue. So I don't know. I wouldn't be able
Well,
to
it's just-
say. I've never actually
you're-
been there to check whether it's horizontal or not. I mean, I don't.
No, you can see the elevations, and of course you can pull up Google Earth, and you can look at the elevations there, and they match pretty closely. So yeah, you can. I think it's not hard for most people to understand that those arms are sloping.
But it sloping, even though FE Dogma's labelled them horizontal lines.
Yes, but they are curved, but they only seems to be straight. You see them as straight, but really they are curved. So this is his explanation.
FE
really
Dogma
pretty
has labelled them as being horizontal.
Well, we use that term all the time in this discussion that goes on about the shape of the Earth, where you take
horizontal's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, Blue. At least not as far as I see it.
In this discussion, yes, it does.
It may lead people to drawing elevation profiles and straight lines that
that's
aren't
where the
straight.
term drop comes from. When you guys talk about drop, how much does it drop in inches per mile squared?
No, we talk about that because Jesse Kozlowski said
that's from a horizontal.
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski said that the water level drops from the horizontal.
Well,
Jesse Kozlowski said that. That's why we talk about the drop.
Jesse and everybody else says that. I've been saying it for a long, long time.
But we also say because of the
all
hump,
say
because
that.
Jesse Kozlowski
No
and
difference.
Walter Bislin showed a hump in Lake Pontchartrain.
Oh, it's not a hump, Bill.
It's contradictory, isn't it? That's why we call it like that, because it is. It's a contradictory thing
That's
that
really
you
cool.
Globers
That's
have
the
to
really
accept.
cool part about it. That's the really cool part about it.
Mhm.
The bridge is level, but the bridge is not horizontal.
I know it throws a hell of a confusion with horizontal and zero slope.
Well, I know
and
it's a
all
little.
that sort of
I
stuff.
know the concept's a little advanced, but okay, that's the way it really works.
You
in the
have
real
to
world.
end up denying mathematics, don't you?
No, you don't. You just have to understand that you live on a sphere, not a flat plane.
But you have to sort of know that horizontals have zero slope mathematically, but then accept something that says something contradictory. Maybe even somebody who says there's no such thing as a horizontal plane on the globe model. Reduce horizontal to a point.
I'm not sure what you're referring to now.
The geometric concept of horizontal, Blue.
There's no problem with a horizontal there's no problem with a tangent plane.
He did it again. Do you hear it? There's no problem with a horizontal tangent plane. I'll put it back again. It's because there is a massive problem with a horizontal plane on the globe model. Take note of this, anybody.
What you're referring to now?
The geometric concept of horizontal, Blue.
There's no problem with a horizontal there's no problem with a tangent plane.
Yeah, it's the horizontal plane we're talking about, Blue. Don't get your words mixed up. You know that the horizontal plane's gone, don't you? It's disappeared, and along with it, you're going to have to lose the vertical plane too, and it's going to be tough.
I don't think you know what you're implying here, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're making have been making the wrong assumption all along that there's only one horizontal plane, and that's not true.
No, I just say all horizontal planes are parallel, Blue.
Every point has a different horizontal plane. Every point on the ellipsoid has a different horizontal plane, which is not parallel with any other plane.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unless you want to go like antipodal or something. And
yeah, like unless you want to apply the Euclidean rules to your circular reasoning and put a tangent point at each end of the diameter of the imagined fucking sphere that you've got. Then they would be parallel, wouldn't they? But they're the only ones because you, Blue, have lost horizontal planes on your globe model.
Mm-hmm. No, we haven't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have.
No, we have not.
Yeah. Yeah, because you established one perpendicular to a horizontal plane, and guess what? It's vertical. But the problem is to have a horizontal plane, all of the perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel, like the mathematical description of it. But
the mathematical description of it, Bev, the mathematical description of it is absolutely as you say.
Yeah.
All verticals on that horizontal plane are parallel to each other.
Yep.
The problem is there's only one vertical on that plane which conforms to the gravity vector, and that's the one at the point of tangency.
That's why you can't have horizontal planes on your globe model.
Sure we can. It's a different horizontal plane.
Is that? So he's a horizontal planes. He's about to reduce it down to a point, but he still thinks he can have them. He still thinks it's real.
Yes, he is avoiding bendizontal, but in fact he's talking about bendizontal.
Yeah. He's trying all of the ways to talk around it. I mean, like, they pretend that we don't know their model. But I think geometrically, because we know what geometry is, we understand their model far better than they realize. Far better than they do. I mean, who else would be honest about the globe model? Let everybody know that there are no horizontal planes. We sort of helped develop it through the water level. Most people weren't aware of these geometric implications of the globe model. We just try and help people out now with this simple geometry.
It's posted in the chat.
Yeah. Have a look at what Doofus posted. That shows it to you.
Let's see. Let's have a look. What? That's not perpendicular though, is it?
Yeah, that's what the little box at the angle is.
It's a right angle.
That's a right angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a right angle, right?
So that horizontal line, all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal line, what will they be?
Well, you have to make a new reference if you're going to change which vertical you're using.
What would you call them? all the perpendiculars to that horizontal line that you've drawn on there.
I would call them plumb.
Plumb.
Well, they wouldn't
ya?
be in this case.
Plumb. Oh, did you hear that? Blue made a mistake. Doofus had to come and help him. Do a bit again. All the perpendiculars to that horizontal line that you've drawn on there.
I would call them plumb.
Blue would call all of the perpendiculars to this horizontal line plumb. So all the plums on this horizontal line will be parallel. No. Doofus is about to tell him now that was a bit of a mistake. Plumb.
Well, they wouldn't be in this case.
Plumb's vertical though, isn't it?
No. Right. When we move to another point, we've got another plumb
or
line.
on that horizontal line.
Yeah, how would you do that?
What would you call the perpendicular to a horizontal
what
line?
instrument would you use? That's an imaginary line. Now, what instrument are you going to use to establish
a horizontal plane? I'd use a level, Blue.
Well, it won't work.
The tool for establishing horizontal planes.
Yeah, and it won't work. You can't use a level.
What do you mean it won't work? Listen to him. He's asking me what I would use. And he said it won't work.
Yes.
Put it back again. Listen.
Yeah, how would you do that?
What would you call the perpendicular to a horizontal line?
What instrument would you use? That's an imaginary line. Now, what instrument are you going to use to establish
a horizontal plane? I'd use a level, Blue.
Well, it won't work.
The tool for establishing horizontal planes.
Yeah, and it won't work. You can't use a level.
What do you mean it won't work?
You can't move away from the point of tangency and still have a vertical that is perpendicular to that original horizontal line, Biff.
So perpendicular to that horizontal line, you wouldn't say is vertical?
It would only be at one point.
All points along the line. It's a line.
No.
Yeah, that's why I say you have to deny the geometric mathematical reality to the issue.
But what are you going to use?
See, he's got a bit of backup now. He's got Doofus in to help him out, and he's getting a little bit braver because he has got backup. And now they're denying that perpendiculars to a horizontal line will be vertical.
Yes, and he and they are denying that you established by level a horizontal straight line because they have to deny it.
Yeah, it's getting bad for the Globe, isn't it? Team Globe are proper seriously struggling. And now they've teamed up together. So Doofus, I don't know who he is, just some random Discord guy. And Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science. Imagine that. He's not doing very well with geometry.
To establish the other verticals that are also on perpendicular to that same horizontal line.
Do you not know how to establish a perpendicular in geometry?
What tool would you use to do it, though, Bev?
A compass.
Okay, so now you have your one horizontal reference, and you have a whole bunch of lines which are perpendicular to that one horizontal line. Yep. So then when you go out and check plumb against those horizontal or those vertical, well, you were calling them verticals, those lines that are perpendicular to your horizontal line that you established far away from you, you'll find out that that's off plumb.
Oh, well, let's use that because we're using tools in reality that establish a horizontal plane of reference, right? And all perpendiculars, we know geometrically, all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, right? That's a fact that we know that, right? We can't get around that. It's proved within geometry, right? So if we can get a tool, if we can get a tool in reality that establishes a horizontal plane, like I said, horizontal planes are only available in reality, not on the globe model. But so we get a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, and then what we do is we make perpendiculars to that horizontal plane.
You don't have an instrument that can do that.
Will they be perpendicular to that plane?
No, you don't have a.
The perpendiculars to the plane won't be perpendicular to the plane, is what you're saying.
Oh, To the plane, yes, they would be, but you don't have an instrument that you can do that with, Biff.
What, to make perpendiculars to a horizontal plane?
You're saying you're going to use what? A level?
What, to establish a perpendicular to a horizontal plane?
You say you've got one vertical. You say you've got one vertical there in the center that is perpendicular to that horizontal line.
Is there a tool?
He said the compass. I think
that vertical line.
Perpendicular.
That vertical line is a plumb line. Now, what are you going to? If you move off of that point, what instrument are you going to use? Remember, this horizontal line you're talking about.
A horizontal plane.
Just a visual thing, or a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
That's just a visual thing, right?
Well, yeah,
there's
it's
no
pretty
actual
visual.
plane.
If you use a water level, it's
I showed you that
visual.
You can't call up Amazon and order a plane. Okay, so
you can have a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, Blue.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Well, the two ends of it can define a plane. I'll give you that. Okay.
There you go. So anywhere on, there you go. So Blue will give us that two ends of a water level will definitely establish a plane. We call it horizontal because it has zero slope, provably. So a water level confirmed by Blue Marble Science can establish a plane. Because there's no slope, mathematically we would call that a horizontal plane. Confirmed through mathematics and Blue Marble Science. Thank you very much, Blue. Along that horizontal plane, you could get a perpendicular to it, right? Like at each end, for instance.
No.
Just inside. So we're just inside of the.
The only point that's perpendicular, using a plumb bob or a level. The only point along that line that is actually perpendicular is at the center point between the two endpoints.
It's a straight line, though, Blue. You can have perpendicular anywhere along a straight line.
You don't have anything to do with.
If you want to take a protractor out there against your established horizontal that you have between the water level, and if you want to take a protractor out there between,
I'm not taking anything out there.
Oh, okay, hold on. So if you want to take
what you're doing?
I'll finish what I'm saying. Thank you. If you want to take a compass or protractor or whatever out there between those two endpoints, that horizontal line that you're establishing with that water level, and establish perpendiculars at any arbitrary point in between that water level, and then say you have a sufficiently large water level, which is going to be like over a few miles, you would have, at some point along there, you'd be able to find out that some of those things that are 90 degrees to that line aren't actually plumb, that a plumb doesn't agree with the direction that they are.
That is right.
That's right. Perpendiculars to a horizontal plane aren't vertical. Only on a globe model, right? In reality, all of them perpendicular. Always. Every time. No matter where you are. Get a level, get a plumb bob, perpendicular to each other. In fact, you don't even need both of the tools there. You could just hang a plumb bob and say, this plumb bob is perpendicular to level, horizontal. Quite confidently, you could say that.
But still, this is inconsistency in his this doofy statement, because if you are looking, you established level with your level tool, and you at some distance, so you are at the end of this line. So and he is talking about this plumb line, which is perpendicular in the middle, but you are not in the middle of this line. You are on the end of this line, and you can establish plumb line in the end of this line. So you cannot do that in the middle, because you are not in the middle. You are on the end of the line.
Yeah,
So
the water level only has two ends. It doesn't have a middle.
Yes, but he is talking that you can have vertical perpendicular to horizontal only a midpoint. But you can establish this not in a midpoint because you are not in a midpoint. You can establish at the end of this line. So this is nonsense completely because
this is globe model affliction.
Yes, in real life it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
So he's completely mistaken.
Yeah, there's only the seriously globe model afflicted people that talk like this. And they seem to talk like this to me as well. I mean, we're just trying to talk about two tangent points on a straight line and the geometric concepts of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. It's not difficult in reality, apart from if you're so model afflicted. Just drop the model and try looking at it without a model. We're just talking about, well, I think you might get confused earlier when I said a compass. I was talking geometrically and, you know, the drawing implement that Blue was talking about. You construct a vesica Pisces to the 2 points and then you form the perpendicular.
You're not going to do that out there in reality when you have the water level out there.
Well, you have two tools, don't you? You have a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, and you have a tool called a plumb bob that establishes a vertical reference. Now, those two are perpendicular to each other. Always.
At a point.
Everywhere.
At one
point. Anywhere.
No, not everywhere. No,
Yeah.
Only 1 point.
No, anywhere.
You can say no.
Always. This is a anywhere, always situation.
Only 1 point.
They are always perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal and level and plumb are always perpendicular, Blue.
Vertical
and
horizontal.
Do you think that the water level establishes a horizontal line, that horizontal reference is valid for any point in between those two?
A horizontal plane.
But you're thinking that horizontal is valid at any point in between those two endpoints.
Straight line,
which
with
is an
zero
assertion
slope.
on your part.
A horizontal is a straight line with zero slope.
Right. You're assuming
a horizontal plane
that horizontal
is
reference
a plane with
you're
zero
assuming
slope.
that horizontal reference is valid at all points in between the two ends of the water level. That's an assumption on your part.
Horizontal plane. The water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now, when you know how the horizontal plane works and the water level, you can just move it around to wherever you want. It would be on the same horizontal plane. Guaranteed.
Won't. Nope. I guarantee you it will not.
See, Blue making guarantees again.
Yes, but he is just repeating himself about this error, because he repeated that you cannot establish plumb line perpendicular to horizontal plane because it only works in the middle of this plane, and you are not in the middle of this plane. So I think that this guy Doofus has to listen what he said, because this is funny. I think that he didn't realize what he said.
What Doofus said was oh man, yeah, that was bad. bad.
He's got a plane, and all I'm trying to do is establish a plane and saying that anywhere you have a plumb bob and level, they will always be perpendicular to each other. The plumb bob is also perpendicular to horizontal, just as it's perpendicular to level. There's no difference. And anywhere you do it, it will always be perpendicular to the level. No matter if you put it to one side of a level, even when the level's not there.
Yes, what I am saying is that in his view, you are on the wrong side of this level plane. And still you can have plumb line perpendicular. So he should realize that he's self-contradicting. But he doesn't realize that he is self-contradicting.
They accept the contradictions, don't they, within their diletheism? So they can't see the contradictions because they just don't imagine that they're there.
Yes, because he's repeating the stupid thing second time and he didn't realize.
And any glober, any hardcore glober will fall into this same geometric reality sort of conundrum where reality doesn't fit the model. And it's unfortunate for it. I'm just going off what I know from surveying, and that a horizontal plane is what you established was your baseline.
Okay, I'll go off what I know about surveying, and here it is. It's in the chat now.
That's what you know. So see that horizontal line you've got there has zero slope.
Okay.
Is that where you've got mean sea level? Is that the water you've got there on that slope on the side?
Yeah, that's water.
Like dropping down to the... You sure? I mean, like that looks like... That's not flowing out of that rock, is it? Is that like a tap rock?
It's not flowing, Bev. Is that a gravitational equipotential?
Can you see that? That's what he knows about surveying this stupid little picture. And this is water. Looks like it's going downhill to me. Definitely. From this horizontal, this is definitely not horizontal.
Yes, but gravity keeps it together. So.
Yeah. That's definitely going down. Yeah. See, the horizontal line has zero slope, right? Then that water's definitely got a slope to it.
Image, down in this image is indicated by the vertical line, which they've highlighted in the center. But there's this additional red dashed line.
Vertical goes
that's
up
also
and down,
in the direction of down. That is also a vertical line.
Vertical goes up. No.
And that's how it works, Biff.
Yeah, it is.
No, you see, that's why you can't, because you can't have that one. That one wouldn't be perpendicular to the horizontal, would it?
It's perpendicular to another horizontal, Bev. That's why.
So that would mean that it cannot be a vertical, at least mathematically.
It absolutely
No, it is.
You've just got a different horizontal.
Yeah, down is in the direction that things fall.
Yep.
Yeah, but perpendicular. Right? Yeah, this here, if anybody can't see this. He said this one's vertical because it's perpendicular to horizontal. It's got this little line here. But he said this one's also vertical. Well, if you extend this to this horizontal line, then this vertical won't be perpendicular to horizontal. And if there's one thing we know about vertical and horizontal is that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. So a line that isn't perpendicular to a horizontal cannot be called vertical.
Yes, that's why he corrected himself and said that to new horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, which is the new horizontal? Where is it? Because this one's still here. And this one being here proves that this one isn't vertical. Simply. I'm just saying, just mathematically and geometrically. In reality, as well, is at right angles.
That's right.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be perpendicular to that horizontal, would it?
And every time you move, you have a different horizontal plane.
In the corner there, because it's perpendicular to the level surface.
Now everybody can see why the globe model cannot have a horizontal plane. They just don't have them.
No, it just has more than one.
It
doesn't mean it has zero if it has more than one.
Yeah. Well, in reality, most people know that horizontal planes are all parallel.
That's your assertion.
Well, I would say it. That's what I understand anyway. Mathematically, true. And provable within maths. So I'll just go with the mathematical description of horizontal.
Don't go with OSUK then. You're going to say you're going to disagree with OSUK.
Just mathematics is a higher power for me.
Oh, mathematics is better than OSUK.
Yeah, the proofs within geometry and mathematics, yeah.
Oh my God, Bev.
Yeah. Are you going to deny the mathematical understanding of a horizontal having zero slope and it being perpendicular?
I'm going to go with what's measurable, Bev. That's what I'm going to go with.
Okay. So you think horizontal planes being parallel is measurable, is it?
I'm happy to take
I think that they are not parallel with one another at different locations.
I'm happy to take the Ordnance Survey word for it.
Okay. Intersecting
I'll take OSUK's word for it.
Are you going with intersecting horizontal planes then?
Yeah, I'm going to go with OSUK's word for it.
Okay. Yeah.
Could you put 2 tangent points on a horizontal line?
No, because as far as I've been aware of this conversation, nobody has done that, including Effie Dogma.
Effie, now, when asked, could you put 2 tangent points on a straight line? They say no. Nobody's done that.
No, Effie Dogma didn't do that, of course.
Well, let's see again. Because Dogma definitely did. He labelled it horizontal and put a tangent point on each end of the line. He definitely did that.
It wasn't on each end of the line. There was a tangent point for one horizontal on one end of one line. Then another line that started at the same point as the other line ended also had a tangent point.
And it's not a continuation of the same line.
It is. It's the same line.
It's 2 individual lines.
The corner point is shared.
Yeah, and the tangent that is at that corner point is a tangent for only the second line, not the first line.
Right.
Right, now, I'm going to blame Doofus for what's about to occur with Blue here.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey. So what he's done is he's going to go with the Doofus has just again separated these 2 lines, even though they have a shared corner section. Doofus has just separated them, and I think Blue's going to be affected by that because he's got a bit of support now, and he didn't have that before.
Crystal clear.
So someone is arguing that a 90-degree angle forms a straight line now.
I wouldn't say that.
I got my stuff removed for saying that.
Corner point is part of the same straight line. I don't know how you guys can detach it to a different line.
How can you have a corner on a straight line?
Yeah, how does that work?
How does what work?
Yeah.
Which
how can you have a corner on a straight line?
You have like A, B, C, 3 coplanar points. Point B is shared from A, B, and BC. B belongs on both of those lines.
Which book of Euclid can I go to find a straight line with a 90-degree turn in it? Where do I find that?
B, C. Huh? Should we label them all for you, Blue?
You can label them, but they're not collinear because there's a 90-degree angle.
No, but A and B are 2 points on the same straight line.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
B and D form a straight line. But A, B, C isn't a straight line.
All right. A, B, that's one line.
Yeah.
B, C, that's another line. Point A is a tangent for line A, B.
We're only talking about A and B.
Point B is a tangent for line. I was almost done. Point A is the tangent for line AB. Point B is a tangent for line BC. Point B is not a tangent for line AB.
So, yeah, okay, I'll do it.
It doesn't really get much clearer.
Okay.
No.
And one more thing worth mentioning, Bev. It's not necessary to say 3 coplanar points because, as all of us are aware, at least I hope, 3 points uniquely defines any plane or one plane. So when you say 3 coplanar points, you're really just saying 3 points. You don't have to use the word coplanar anymore.
No.
They have to be coplanar.
If 3 points are defining a plane, they cannot be collinear.
Yeah, and any 3 points form a plane.
Right.
Doesn't
If they're
mean that it's
uniquely
horizontal.
identifying a plane, they cannot be collinear.
No, three collinear points do not define a plane.
Is there a tangent point at B?
Well, it defines an infinite number of
in
planes,
F.E.
I guess.
Dogma's
Right.
picture.
That's the
Is
problem,
there a tangent point at B?
Yeah, for BC, there is, yes.
But AB also has B in it, doesn't it?
I don't
Yeah,
care.
B is not a tangent point for line AB.
All right.
But B
Line
does
A,
have a tangent point at it in F.E. Dogma's
there's actually-
drawing.
There's actually 4 points, Biff. AB, then CD. That's what you're missing.
Where's D? In F.E.
There's
Dogma's
actually-
drawing.
There's
That's
actually
it.
4 points, Biff. AB, then CD. That's what you're missing.
That's what you're missing.
It is.
You're missing point D. Anybody point it out for us?
And
Where's
by
D?
by the way, they are this point B, which is shared, is at the same time is not tangent and tangent.
Yeah.
This is contradiction.
If
Contradiction
you
in terms.
disassociate it with AB and only associate it with BC, then you can put a tangent there.
Yes, they sold that point to another to another line. So sorry, you are sold. You are not mine anymore.
Can anyone see D? Point D?
If you have something that's connected at an apex, how do you have 4 points?
Yeah, Blue has managed to disassociate B so much that he's added D somewhere from somewhere. I've not got a clue.
Or maybe someone has overdosed drugs here.
But this is the how a mind works when they're trying to I don't know, logic.
No, it's aporia.
Well, yeah. But the way he's fighting, and I don't know, F.E. Dogma's not even there. And all of this is generated from F.E. Dogma's video. It's F.E. Dogma's misunderstanding. But for some reason, Blue is defending it. F.E. Dogma must be a pretty big guy within this if Blue's taking such a hit for F.E. Dogma.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean he's accepting the information. And
Well, it's
doubling
like
down
he's
on
making it up.
Why would you take on somebody else's claims as though, yeah, duh.
F.E. Dogma must be a big shadow giant.
What? Do you think he's higher than No, not Ruhif, because Ruhif had people higher than him, he said.
Yeah, Ruhif's not
No.
No, but these sort of people, in the background, making videos that lead the narrative. And people were telling F.E. Dogma that you're a brilliant engineer. I'm like, whoa. You should read the comments on it. Oh, I'm so glad you explained this video to us. Not one person went, hey, you've got 2 tangent points there, really? He didn't even notice the extra 6 foot he added on in one bit here.
Did they, by any chance, bring in F.E. to replace George?
F.E. Dogma's been around for quite a while.
But not around here.
No. They only make these are the proper shadow giants, the ones that make videos. that nobody ever really watches. There's not really big numbers, but there's always something somewhere for somebody to refer to somewhere in the background. Because people will be fooled by this. You know, they'll still use this. It'll go round and round, this video. And it'll be a proof for LIGO or something pretty soon. Like, we might be making him famous. We might be making this one of the best twin tangent proofs of the globe model.
It says it's a year old, the video I just looked up on YouTube.
Yeah, that's why they have to stick to it, because nobody's noticed. Nobody saw the twin tangent points. Nobody used it to be able to show how ridiculous the model is. I mean, there's not even one hump here in anywhere.
They did focus and show the adjustment nuts in the LIGOs, so they're very specific in the video I just watched.
Yeah. Adjustment nuts. Yeah. In F.E. Dogma's drawing.
There's actually 4 points, Biff. A, B, then C, D. That's what you're missing.
Where's A, B, and C, D? Developed another point D somewhere. Crazy.
Where's D?
Yeah, where's D?
I'm defining the start and end of each line.
Yeah, A, B, and B, C.
You want to make them the
Where's
same.
D?
You want to make them the same at the middle.
Where's D? Blue.
Huh?
Where's
it's
D?
the other end of the second line.
He's about to tell you, Bev.
Go on.
I'm defining the start and end points of two separate lines that are 90 degrees to each other. The first line, we'll call it line 1, has a starting point we'll call A and an ending point that we call B. The second line, which we'll call line 2, imagine that, has a starting point that we'll call C and an ending point we'll call D.
He's literally just made a separate line. Generated D from somewhere and completely took B out of it.
Yes, so he is off topic now, completely.
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether the disassociation of one line to the other has made a complete separation. And he's just completely generated another thing. So he can, mentally at least, completely separate them. Because imagine admitting that B is actually shared and it is on the fucking same straight line that you've just been arguing for an hour with. Trying to convince somebody that it is actually on a different line. The conclusion would be that you would have to fucking make a new complete line. Otherwise, you'd look like a dickhead and have to admit that it is actually on the same fucking straight line. He's put himself in a really bad position here. And I'm not too sure. I mean, go back again. Go back a few seconds so we can listen to this again. Because this is I think, a full mental breakdown that's occurring here. It's LIGO. A, B, C. It's a triangle. We've been talking about triangles. We've been talking about 3 coplanar points. How do you get a 4th point? Listen.
The start and end of each line.
Yeah, A, B, and B, C.
You want to make them the
Where's
same.
D?
You want to make them the same at the middle.
Where's D? Blue.
Huh?
Where's
it's
D?
It's the other end of the second line.
He's about to tell you, Bev.
Go on.
I'm defining the start and end points of two separate lines that are 90 degrees to each other. The first line, we'll call it line 1, has a starting point we'll call A and an ending point that we call B. The second line, which we'll call line 2, imagine that, has a starting point that we'll call C and an ending point we'll call D.
No, it's BC is the second line.
I'm defining it the way I want to define it, Bev.
But you're defining I'm defining it the way I want to define it, Bev. I just want to add in another fucking point.
Yes, you can define, for example, straight line as curved line, point as line, sphere as 2D, whatever.
Yeah, 4 points on a triangle.
Yes.
The twin point at the apex. I mean, why not?
Two separate
CD
lines.
doesn't belong there. It's not on the triangle.
Well, who said
just imagined another line somewhere else. We're talking about A, B, C.
There are two separate lines. We've gone over this 100 times
B
already.
is shared of the two
separate lines.
You made another line so you could do away with B.
I didn't make another line.
Yes, you did.
There always was another line, Biv.
Where?
It's not the same line.
Show us. Where's the line?
There are two lines. Even in your nomenclature, A, B, and B, C are still two separate lines.
That's right.
B is shared.
Great, but there's still two separate lines, Bev.
A, B are 2 points. C is an other point. You have, or FE Dogma has, a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. 2 tangent points on the same straight line, A, B.
Bev, I'm sure you, being the geometry master, are aware that a tangent point is valid for a given line. So, which line is the tangent point at B valid for?
See, what's he doing? Dogma here now.
Yes, as I said before, they sold one tangent point to another line, so you cannot use it anymore because it is sold to another line.
I mean, FE Dogma has put a tangent point on A and B, but because of the laws of geometry, you can only use one of them, says Doofus. Genius globe surveyor, globe geometer. It's sad because, I mean, to me, they're doing it to me and I can cope with it. But anybody else that was trying to talk to him about this sort of stuff, they'd be getting gaslighted to fuck. Because they haven't even called each other. Doofus didn't call Blue for adding another point. Did he? Nobody did.
No, whatever tactic is chosen, it's good if it's working for them. So lying, deception, or strawman, or moving goalpost. So every tactic is good.
Yeah.
No problem.
16 minutes left. Were you calling it a tangent line? Would you call that line
the point
AB?
Of tangency valid for a line?
Yeah, the line AB.
No.
Yeah, the line. That's what the line we're talking about. The line
to be a tangent
AB.
For line BC.
Tangent point at B.
Semantics.
And the tangent point at A. 2 tangent points. Those 2 points also define a line. The line AB.
The tangent point at A, Bev, is particular to which line? Use your nomenclature.
AB.
Is the AB, okay.
Yeah.
The tangent point at B is particular to which line, Bev?
Well, B is on the line AB also.
Is it a tangent?
But if there's if you've FE Dogma's put a tangent point at B, then yes, there is a tangent point at B.
Answer my question. Answer my question. Line AB, is that tangent at point B?
Yeah, he has drawn a tangent point at B. Yes, Blue.
Oh, no, he didn't. He did not draw a tangent point for line AB at point B. He drew it at point A.
He drew a tangent point at point B.
At point A,
he did there's an arrow
tangent
pointing
point
to
for
it.
line AB. He drew a tangent point at point B for line BC.
So if you went backwards, you could double up on the B, and it would be the same way.
If you went backwards.
To me, it looks like the AB line has the tangent at point A. I mean, Says that in the graph there. It's 529 feet.
Yeah.
Tangent.
Yeah.
No, that's the tangent point there. So why would you say that it's on B?
Because he's put tangent point at B as well at the corner station. That's why our whole point you were meant to be coming and explaining it. F.E. Dogma's put 2 tangent points on the same straight line.
No, he did.
Oh.
Like, why could he keep saying no, he didn't? It's really confusing to me.
And this conversation for a few last minutes, it's just this is pitiful and childish at the same time. So it's hard to listening because I have impression that I am listening to not normal person. Sorry.
Science has just come out, right? The thing is here that we're looking at is because it takes a bit for you to get a grip on how we can do this for so fucking long, right? He's got LIGO, alarm, A as the end station, B is the corner station. Here, he's got at A tangent point. In this one is the corner station, B. I've marked it B. And it has also a tangent point. But just because it's in a different drawing on a different side, B has a tangent point. So B has a tangent point. A has a tangent point. And he's got 2 tangent points on the same straight line. Just because they've put it down here, make any difference, B has a tangent point on it. It's pretty simple.
Yes, but what they are doing is just madness, complete madness. And
they're pretending because it's in a different drawing. It's not on the same straight line. It's like because B has a tangent point, it's not drawn here, but it has a tangent point because he's marked it here. I mean, it's pretty obvious. There is no tangent points. It's just straight lines. There's crazy globers that are putting tangent points on things and then denying that their friends have put tangent points on them. Because, I don't know, there's some sort of a weird boys club that goes on. And this is, this is what they're doing.
It's just silly.
It's just silly.
Why does it say, in the AB line, why does it say tangent at A?
And not at B. Curious.
It does say it on the one underneath. He's put tangent point at B.
That's the other line.
Yeah,
the
line on the BC line.
Okay. Yeah, well, do you think he could put a line CB and put another tangent point at C?
No, it could have if that was actually how it was built.
Oh, see, here we go. Look, could he put another tangent point at C? Triple nutsack. Just a quick ask. And initially we get a no. But somebody else might give a yes. And listen. Yeah, well, do you think he could put a line CB and put another tangent point at C?
No, it could have if that was actually how it was built.
Yeah.
And also, could he? No. Yeah. Well, he could. And I don't think that was Blue. I think that was, I don't know, whoever else it is. It's Doofus.
This Doofus, yes.
Chikey, I know, but there's another one jumping in as well now. Moleman or somebody.
So Blue said no, but the other guy said it could be.
Yeah. So do you reckon who's going to win? Like, who's the bigger shadow giant? Who's Globe Council? Or has he just been outvoted because 2 people said yes? What do you reckon? Could he do BA and put a tangent point at B on that one as well?
Sure.
Right, so he could do BA and put a tangent point there, which he's already got a tangent point there, right? Yeah. So we're just checking now. You can have a tangent point at B, you can have a tangent point at C, and you can have a tangent point at A. Triple nutsack. Tangent points.
Well, two
so horizontal is tangent to point B, then it is. A different kind of line, but still.
Yeah. So you could have 3 tangent points, A, B,
Not
and
two.
C,
Not on the same line.
if you wanted to.
But-
As long as
but
you
it would
broke them
be-
up into lines.
Well, yeah, the tangent is line. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you have vertical, then you have a 90 degrees to that. Then you have a horizontal line. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you have a tangent point from C to A, and from A to C?
C to A.
Yeah.
If there's a line from C to A and you make it horizontal in reference to the vertical at C, then sure, it's tangent to C.
See, so you can go C to A as well. Not only C to B, but C to A. Is that another tangent point? I mean, you've already got one at C from going to C to B. But now we're going to go from C to A and ask the question, is that a tangent point? And is it the same tangent point because it's going in 2 different directions? Does that point change the point of tangency? So you could use the first tangent at A that goes from A to B to also use that as the tangent for A to C. Or would it be a new tangent at A?
You could, in theory, if the elevations matched up correctly.
Yeah. The elevations wouldn't be the same they're on this graph, though.
Right, because we know that
Wouldn't be tangent.
from the elevation data that we're given, that line AB, the elevations from a reference altitude is increasing all the way toward that corner point, and then it's increasing again as it's going along the other arm. So point C is quite a bit higher in altitude above a reference surface than point A. If it's coming back to that point, it might, just might be that point A is tangent for both A, B, and AC.
See, so even he's sort of coming to the point that the tangent at A could possibly be tangent for 2 separate lines. Because he's fucking crazy and he hasn't got a clue about what the fuck he's talking about. It's Doofus. One of the top I think he's one of the top ones. He's always the one that's big loudmouth whenever anybody talks about surveying or something. And he seems to be the one talking up. He's like backed Blue down. Blue said no. Doofus and Mole Man, was it? They said yes. And ever since then, Blue stopped talking. Let Doofus take the floor.
Yes, and he's talking that triangle has generally triangle has 3 tangent points.
3 tangent points, yeah, one at each.
New geometric rule.
Yeah. 3 coplanar points have 3 tangent points. Nice. And point
Of course,
B,
I don't have the measurements to verify that.
the tangent point for B could be tangent for BC and BA.
No.
Right, so the only one he can't have is the one right from the beginning where I said B has 2 tangent points on the line AB.
Yeah.
This is so much sophistry wrapped up in what they do. It's unbelievable.
And it's on the fly sophistry. Takes a special kind of talent.
Yeah. Geometric sophistry. Takes a little bit of knowledge about geometry, usually, for you to attempt it. But I mean, I'm guessing if you're talking to people who have no idea of geometry, then this sort of sophistry, easy, it works. I mean, they might have been doing it for all this time. Might be why they don't like us, because we use logic and geometry and absolutely fucking destroy the shit out of them. But I mean, they can have their own deluded ideas that they're winning this, or like they're doing well and they're coming across really good for the globe. But anybody listening to this in reality would just sort of think that these people are crazy, or they think I'm crazy for talking to them, which may be the thing that they're hoping for. if you just sort of make stuff that ridiculous, eventually people go, I'm not talking to you guys. You're just crazy. Saying stupid
3 tangents
No, 'cause-
to a plane. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I said the other day, didn't I, get a triple nutsack out of this?
Yeah. And
It's
there it is.
defined. The tangent point is defined to be tangent for the line BC. Again, tangent points are defined for a line.
Not at each end of the line.
It's not defined to be tangent for all lines that reach that point.
What's he talking about? This is doofus. Globe geometer, sophist. Attempted sophist.
But his statement doesn't make any sense. Completely utter nonsense. And but by the way, maybe he doesn't know that he's admitting that on one straight line you have 2 tangent points. So sorry, whatever he says, this one is making him fool.
He can't see it though, because he's such a sophist and globe model sophist. 10 minutes. Getting ready to wrap it up. We do have the understanding of what a tangent is, right? It's a straight line that touches a circle or curve at 1 point and 1 point only.
Oh, good. That's what we thought too.
And the line AB has a tangent point at point A, and the line BC has a tangent point at B.
And as you explained,
as has been mentioned several times, there are 2 separate lines here.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. You're not understanding that those are 2 separate lines. That's not the same line.
Just 3 coplanar points.
Again, all 3 points are coplanar. Saying coplanar when you say 3 points is pointless. Point.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're talking about 2 separate lines.
Talking about 2 separate lines. Talking about the 2 arms of LIGO.
Yes, and they are admitting that they are on the same plane.
Yeah.
If these lines are creating one plane, therefore it means automatically that this B point has to be tangent point for that plane. No, so and it means that for both lines immediately. If for plane, therefore for both lines. It is simple, and I don't understand what they are doing here.
They're trying sophistry. Yeah, you've been a great help, Blue.
Well, I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
It's really quite simple.
Multiple tangent points.
Nope.
It's not.
It is.
You can keep saying that, but you're wrong. F.E. Dogman never said it. I never said it. Nobody else ever said it. Just you.
F.E. Dogman never said it. He's got a picture there with 2 tangent points on it. Ridiculous. Sophistry is unreal. And to think, people have been around these people in what they call, inverted commas, a debate scenario. And these people are blatant sophists. Gaslighting sophists.
Yes, and changing tactics all the time and talking gibberish, nonsense, contradictions, jumping from one topic to another, not related with main topic, everything. Just beautiful example of sophistry and distraction.
Yeah. I got asked to go in there to do this, and I said I'll go because I want to try and work out why FE Dogma has 2 tangent points, and we're an hour and something in, and they're still not admitting that the point A and B having 2 tangent points are 2 tangent points on the same straight line. AB. Pretty obvious that they're definitely 2 points.
Of course, but that's why they are separating point B from line AB. So this is line AB with a separated point B.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah, the tangent is only on B for BC. It's not on the B for AB. I mean, fucking ridiculous, right?
Yes, it is.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Because when I define a tangent line, it has a point because it's a tangent line. It has one point where it crosses the curve that I'm drawing that tangent line for. That point is unique to the line which I am defining to be that tangent line. If I have a point which has a tangent for a line that's going away from it in one direction, it isn't suddenly a tangent point for another line that's going in another direction.
Yeah, he's just drawing circles at the beginning of lines, isn't he? It's pretty obvious. I can see what he's doing.
That's because that's where the tangent point is, at the beginning.
The tangent point
It's
of what?
Just a way to represent the drop.
Just because he's
That's
drawing
all.
a circle.
It's a way to represent the drop, Bev. That's all.
Yeah, he's showing you the equal altitude surface. That's what the circle is in this case.
Yep.
Even altitude.
Yeah.
That's a horizontal
Even
condition,
elevation,
isn't it?
Even elevation. The circle is all the same elevation.
Even altitude. I'm pretty sure I've read somewhere that that's a horizontal condition.
That's
Where did you read that from?
That's what we call level. Bev.
It'll just been a dictionary or something somewhere.
That's what we call level.
Horizontal
Dictionary.
condition. I think it was.
If we play the dictionary game, I can point you right to the definition of Earth.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Go ahead and start the dictionary game right now.
No, I was just saying even altitude.
I think someone sometimes
Above
said
the
that
surface. So that would
horizontal
definitely not be a tangent, right?
I remember someone saying that the horizontal has nothing to do with the ground beneath it.
It
I
hasn't
think
got
someone
anything
said
to
it
do
once.
with the ground beneath it. Absolutely.
Well, where do you get the altitude for your horizontal being equal altitude?
Yeah, even.
Yeah, where do you get the altitude from? From the surface.
just says
That it has
even.
nothing to do. Even altitude.
Yeah,
It says
even.
I'm just kidding. Altitude in relation to what?
It's just even.
To the surface. How do you know that it's even?
Because that's what the water level
The dictionary
does.
says.
Do you not know what even is? No slope.
Even altitude, yeah, I know.
What is altitude, though?
Would be
Yeah,
no
it
slope,
references
right?
the surface.
No slope.
Yeah, in relation to what?
To the slope, right? Zero. What's your zero?
Yeah, you said even altitude.
Yeah. A
And
horizontal.
altitude
Let's
is
call it
in
horizontal, then,
relation
right?
to something.
A horizontal has zero slope. So I'd say that horizontal has an even altitude, not changing.
Slope. Oh,
It's
even
not got a
altitude
slope,
in
no,
relation
no.
to what?
Horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even altitude in relation to what?
Horizontal. Zero slope.
Any word.
So you reference horizontal to
You coming in.
horizontal and say, yep, they're horizontal.
Right? Can you see this? Because this is going to be another tactic that loads of people are going to be going through. He asked me what to say an even altitude is. Well, I say an even altitude is zero slope. Means it keeps on an even altitude. No slope anywhere. Because slope would be changing altitude. And then he says, in reference to what? And I say, in reference to a horizontal. Because a horizontal in mathematics has zero slope. And you can tell that because it has zero slope on it. I mean, it's dead easy to sort that. So in reference to what? In reference to the zero slope. Anywhere. It's really easy to understand. Apart from somebody who's got a massive fucking parallelism that can't hear the answer that you keep saying. And they keep asking the same thing, even though you keep telling them what it's in reference to. Zero slope. A horizontal has zero slope. That's what an even altitude would be in reference to, the zero slope. Or the horizontal. Call it what you want. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Straight.
Fair enough.
Yeah. With zero slope.
I know it's horizontal because I take this other horizontal that I know it's horizontal because of horizontal.
Zero slope. Can you not hear me?
Sure, yeah.
It's a straight line with
straight.
Zero slope.
Yep. And altitude is totally relevant.
Well, would you not call it an incline? If you were losing altitude, would you be going down? Would you be going on a slope?
What do you mean losing altitude? In relation to what?
To the slope. Would you be going down? You do know what down and up is, right?
Yeah, I know. Do you know?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
okay. What
the
is
thing
down?
What is your reference surface? Because if you assume your reference surface is flat, or you assume your reference surface is curved,
one point.
Then you get two different answers.
You reference one point to start off with, and then you say the other point, is it higher or lower than that original 1 point?
You asked me what is down and up. I say down is the vector for gravity. What do you say down is?
Vertical. Vertical is the down part of a vertical.
How do you know what is down? You're saying it's vertical, okay? What is vertical then?
What is vertical is down, like a plumb bob, right? You get a string with a weight on the end of it, and you hold it.
You just said
like down would be the point where the rock is.
You said
up
down
would be the part where your hand is.
And
you could reference one to the other, down and up, vertical.
So you're saying down is vertical and vertical is down, and down is vertical and vertical is down. But what is
up
down?
And down.
Okay, how do you know that?
How do I know vertical's up and down? Jesus, yes. Are you coming in to save Blue?
No, I said that you.
So how do you know up and down? I mean, this is the Globe Defender, ridiculous, gaslighting sophistry team.
Yes, because up and down, these are words, just words. You can replace them for another words, but meaning remains the same. This is opposite. Up is opposite to down.
Mm-hmm. And you can only do one in reference to the other. Right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's pretty simple. Really easy to understand, but not apparently for the Globe believer, because they seriously have a problem with up and down. Because they have down that turns back into up again. So it's hardly surprising that the Globe model believer has a problem with up and down. Their model dictates they have to believe really strange things. Me, not so much. I just have up and down. I know what that is.
Asked me what is down. Said that's the
I didn't
the
ask
vector
you
for gravity.
what is down. That'd be a fucking stupid question. Everybody knows what down is.
You did. Yeah, it's gravity. What do you know down is? Do you accept
we're trying to
gravity
establish
now?
a slope, right? So do you know what even altitude means with no point being higher nor lower than the other?
Trying to pivot.
It's level.
You understand
over
what
the
that
surface
is?
of the Earth.
Okay.
Yep.
Zero slope. We would call that in mathematics. We call that a horizontal.
No.
What, with zero slope? Yeah. In mathematics, I'm just talking about that. So
yeah, if you assume that there's
horizontal condition.
Yeah, if you assume a flat surface, then sure. Yeah, if you assume that all verticals are parallel, then sure. But that's not what happens in reality, so it's kind of pointless to talk about that.
I'm just going with the mathematical reference that I know about. I mean, I'd hate
I
to
go
go
with reality.
against that.
Yeah, I mean, I go with reality. I think that's the best way to do it. If we know verticals aren't parallel, then I don't know why you assume that they are.
I didn't say that. Assume that they are. I know that all horizontals are parallel, and geometrically, just following the mathematical understanding, perpendiculars to a plane would sort of say geometrically.
That's only true with some assumptions, like that the verticals are parallel, but they're not.
Bev, your claim that all horizontals are parallel was proved wrong by me.
I don't know who's that. Right, so I think, are we done with the triple tangents?
Not
I think
even
Doofus
triple.
gave us the triple tangent. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we've adequately shown that you were just wrong about it, Bev. I think we're done.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Been good to go over this, Blue. I hope you've got it sorted. You'll be able to go over it, will you?
Oh, sure.
Good.
I don't see any problem now.
Nice. I don't know if anybody else needs to understand the geometric principles of tangents and straight lines and how the globers seem to have real problems with it.
What's the geometric principle of a tangent?
Okay. Thanks a lot. I'll see you around. If FE Dogma comes back and he wants to have a word about it, I'll come over again. Thanks, Gio.
What's the geometric principle of a tangent, Ben?
Oh, I can fill you in, Brenda.
Yeah, for sure, Bev. Yeah. Have a good one.
Right, there you go. Boom. Day out at Blue Geo's with Blue Marble Science and Doofus and another random glober. It could be anyone. They all sound the same. The one asking whether we knew what up and down was. I mean,
sounded like dick riding cunts.
Well, geometry. I mean, I've always been after talking to them about geometry and the double tangent. It should be another example of how they deal with it. How, I don't know. I quite like the argument or the discussion about this sort of thing because it exposes the globers as not knowing anything about geometry. And considering that's all we've done for 2 or 3 years, and they've been telling us we don't understand. They haven't done anything, not even looked into it.
And they are just conjuring ad hoc some stupid ideas about separating lines or separating points or whatever, creating new entities which is unknown to normal geometer or surveyor or whatever. So just on spot conjuring so to speak, bullshit theories.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd go with, like I keep saying, the mathematical description of horizontal is zero slope. Well, that's the same in reality for me. Zero slope. And that's one of the things that governs the horizon being horizontal, water level being a tool for being horizontal, and all horizontals being parallel. Just the logical idea that there is something with no slope. And perpendicular to that no slope is a vertical, which has, well, I guess you could say that has no slope either. Straight up and down. And the fact that both of those are perpendicular to each other sort of goes to prove that Euclidean geometry is a perfect representation of reality. Sorry, but just is. Geometric model, if you want to. And if you want to play the my geometric model dictates, I'm up for playing that game with anyone. In fact, it'd be pretty easy for you to play that game. I don't think anybody would be able to play that game with you. Apart from anybody with a similar geometric model that you can state things about. It's been another good week again. What time are we at? Only half 11. So from that conversation early on this morning, we've had people in all day, really, talking about straight lines, concepts of straight lines. People's understanding of concepts of straight lines. But the big one, I think, is the perpendicularity. Just one straight line you can make a perpendicular from that one straight line. From those 2 points that establish a straight line, you can make a perpendicular to it. Very easy. And that's another straight line.
We had the tangent redefined. Trifecta tangent.
We have now tangent point separated from the line. So this is new kind of tangent point.
Yeah, at every elevation you can make a new tangent to these people. So that means even altitudes as well. I mean, they're going anywhere. At any point you can put a tangent on the globe model, right? Because they need them everywhere. And actually, a tangent point is Euclidean. It's straight line. And spherical geometry doesn't have tangent points because it's only a 2D surface. And the problem with 2D surfaces is you can't have a tangent point to it.
Because all straight lines are curved, and all curved lines are looks like straight.
Well, no, they have a 2D surface, so you can't have a tangent to a 2D surface. 2D surface is a plane, and all of the straight lines lie within the plane. There's no curve for you to put it to. It's really sad for the Globers. But if they want to come and talk, yes, Buster, yes, we can. When do you want to do it? About midnight? In about About 20 minutes, I think. Buster says he can do a sing out for us for Model Affliction Blues. Perfect for tonight. Is that all right, that, Buster? In about 20 minutes. See if we can pad it out for a bit. Go over the chat. Anybody, oh, we got... What does everybody else think about this? Because I know we've done geometry a lot. So most of the people here understand it. What about everybody else that, you know, does this sound like a crazy bit of stuff?
I was just going to start singing, "You don't understand."
Well, sometimes when you get told that, you know, that makes people think that they don't understand it. But the most of this geometry that we're dealing with, it's not complicated. It is pretty
No, it's basic
simple.
and it's very easy to understand. But we have to throw out all of our intelligence to ascribe to a model. Oh, wait, I don't have a model.
That's one of the best things, right, is with this. It's the model that makes the Globers say this stuff. And I think it's the model that makes them have the attitude as though there's some sort of a battle when there isn't. It's just simply, I went in there to ask them, why is there 2 tangent points on the same straight line?
Because they have to defend the globe at all costs.
Well, I'm not attacking the globe. I will state facts, though, that there are no Euclidean proofs to prove the globe. And there are no geometric proofs to prove the globe. They just don't exist. Level and plumb are perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Plumb and horizontal are perpendicular. Perpendicular is the relationship of 2 straight lines to one another. And because of that, all horizontals are parallel to each other. And mathematics states that there is no slope for a horizontal, which again proves that all horizontals must be parallel to each other because they are also all parallel to the plane of the horizon, and all verticals are perpendicular to it. All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. If the plane is horizontal, all the perpendiculars to it will be vertical and therefore parallel. Simples. Very simple geometric concept which you cannot deny unless you've got a model, and then you're forced to deny those geometric statements of mathematics and reality. Provable. So hopefully, FE Dogma, if you're listening, I know it's late and most people don't like listening to the videos because they go on for hours, and I mean they are live shows, but some people don't like the big long videos. So all of this sort of stuff, if you manage to get to the end of the video of this, you've probably sat through the ballers saying some really ridiculous shit, and I hope you've learned to get the argument. How, I mean, just try it, but watch where you're trying it, because if some people have heard this argument, they will obfuscate by asking you how you can prove whether vertical is vertical. Maybe they might ask you to prove if vertical's a straight line, because you can't know that vertical's a straight line. You have to prove it for yourself.
Do I get like a prize? Do I get like some sort of accolade for Getting through that? Well,
I don't know. It depends what you gain from it. If you got more confused by what Blue and Doofus was saying, then I don't know. I don't know whether we should be going over things like that. Because I think that's why they do it. They do it just so people can say.
They made it more clear, for sure. That if that's the best that comes at you, it's like, just makes it more clear.
Well, more geometric proofs will be coming out from us once we know how bad this situation is with the Glober and the globe mind. The globe mind and the straight line. Tricky. A tricky thing. They have problems, particularly with perpendicular. But I think there's a lot of people that actually will have problems with perpendicular and the geometric concept around it. It is a little bit tricky to work out. I think it requires you to drop the model once you understand perpendicular.
Or curve the lines. That's their option. Curve, yeah, I mean, they curve the lines or drop the model. Pick one.
Some people. Well, yeah.
Is there a third option? Is it curve the line, drop the model, or something else?
No curve line. But most of them, the Glober and, sorry to say it, the Flat Earther, both of them want to have perpendicular with one straight line and another curved line.
Those fuckers.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I'm not curving a straight line. I don't think I'm curving a straight line.
Can you have perpendicular to a circle?
Where it crosses?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, you can't, because perpendicular is the relationship of two straight lines to one another. Not a straight line and a circle, just two straight lines.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you do with a circle? I don't know.
Circle is just a collection of points, a certain distance from a center point.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it needs to be anything like that. I don't think it needs to. I don't think it's based off of that.
A circle?
No, I don't think it's perpendicular required. Yeah.
But it's pretty important perpendicular in geometry. Some might say vital.
Yeah, but the radius is the perpendicular part, right?
No, the perpendicular is the straight line. The relationship.
I mean, yeah, but the diameter.
From a straight line to another straight line.
Yeah, so then the diameter is the perpendicular part.
The diameter?
Yeah, of the circle.
No, that's just a straight line.
Yeah, that's the straight line part.
Yeah, but you could have two diameters perpendicular to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Quadrant.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I don't know.
Not got too much to do with the circle, really, has it? Two diameters that are perpendicular. It's just two straight lines that are perpendicular to each other.
Yeah, that measures the circle.
Well, you could make the diameter as long as you want it, couldn't you?
Yeah, then the radius would change of the circle.
Yeah, but the perpendicularity would still be the same because that would be at the center, wouldn't it? Or anywhere
Right,
along
yeah.
that straight line.
Yeah, something like that.
It is one of those things. I mean, straight lines. I mean, how old are we all? Probably old enough to be just asking yourself, why have we never looked into what a straight line is? Why do we end up talking about straight lines? Oh, I don't know what tomorrow's going to... Oh, it's free for all Friday. Fuck it. Everybody can just come in tomorrow and deal with whatever they want. Free for all.
You don't understand.
Free for all Friday tomorrow. So, no doubt it'll have something to do with the geometry. Because there seems to be a few mental breakdowns going on. I mean, I know they don't think it is, and hopefully, I'm hoping that they don't really go away. I quite hope that we can get a talk about this and we can sort this out.
Oh, we'll see. You guys, I don't know what makes people come back more, when you're nice to them or if you really piss them off. So you were pretty nice. You were pretty accommodating.
I'm always like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good. I mean, it was great. I mean, it was, will it get you the result you want? I don't know. It was, you had the high ground.
I wouldn't
It's
mind
the
having a
logic
word
that
with that
kills them.
doofus. Yeah. Because
Not the
doofus does seem to
politeness.
be one of the top guys, right? The globe geometers. I mean, I know Ruhif didn't mention him at all when he was talking about the top globe geometers. Oh, we've still got flat earth math. These flat earthers seem to be Rumpus's top picks. Got flat earth dogma, flat earth math.
Yeah, but the doofus is the one who's an absolute asshole. And I would just love to just hold the mute button for him.
Is that flat earth doofus?
Oh, I don't know. The guy, if I'm thinking of the right guy who kept on telling you not to use the term because it already means straight. So stop.
Planar points.
Yeah, that guy.
You know why that is? It's because Jesse Kozlowski said 3 planar points, and bam.
He wants you to stop saying it because he doesn't want to have anybody imagining, that they're straight while you're saying 3 points. He wants you to get the straightness out of the 3 points.
No, he doesn't like us saying 3 coplanar points because 3 coplanar points establish a plane. That plane's 2D. It's a triangle. It has 180 degrees. Provable.
Yeah, so stop fucking saying it and just say 3 points. We all know it's coplanar. All right? That guy. I don't fucking like that guy. Let me hold his mute button. I'll be nice. I'll let him talk as soon as he says sorry and then continue. And sorry. Continue.
I think he might or may not live in Maine.
At 1, 2, 3. Smack this dude in the street.
Yeah, was it Just a Maniac or something like that from the old Facebook group? And I'm in contact with the Cambridge Skeptic Society, so hopefully we might be able to get a chat with the with them guys. Hopefully, they've not come back to us yet. I'm not too keen on talking to people on YouTube to try and set up stuff. It doesn't seem right. Talking to people in a YouTube chat to try and set up a meeting so we can have a discussion.
Well, I know nobody likes that guy, Dave Weiss, but whatever tactic he does, he gets people to talk to him. I don't know what he does. If somebody reach out, something.
Says this is this Cambridge skeptic guy from YouTube.
He may have a pretty liaison or something. I'm not sure.
He says, from what I remember, the conversation, you were doing a test involving 2, possibly more, very long water levels and looking to see if the height of the water from those levels lined up to the point they met. I remember trying to explain that while it was certainly an interesting test, it wouldn't demonstrate anything either way, as the same exact result would be expected if the Earth was flat or if the Earth was a globe and gravity works the way we think it does. Well, I said we've got a test realizing Euclid for a shared straight line segment. So it's got nothing to do with the Earth. It's just a shared straight line segment within Euclid for Euclidean geometry. So anyone to say that it wouldn't show anything either way, it would show a straight line. That's why it's a geometric test for a straight line. So we can show within Euclid shared straight line segment.
Now what? Waiting for a response?
Yeah. It says, if this is the test you are talking about, then it suffers from the problem discussed in this video. Namely, it will not show anything either way, as the same result is expected under both hypotheses. As such, it is a pointless test. A shared straight line segment test for realizing Euclid, says this guy. It won't show anything either way, straight line. So he thinks straight lines can curve, and there's no way you can tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line. Imagine being that. He's skeptic as well. He's a Cambridge Skeptic Society.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical of why he's saying that, because if it's a straight line test and it doesn't work, then it's not a straight line. It will show it's not a straight line. How can he say it won't show anything? Mobius has spotted the 2 tangent points on the same straight line.
You're not seeing D.
Starcodder's not going to see it, is he? I bet he's not noticed it. No rumpus test yet. We don't know where Rumpus is at the minute. Not that I think it's any use talking to Rumpus about his test, because Rumpus kept giving us the multiple tangent points. And if somebody has such a seriously bad understanding of geometry to say that, then you can't trust them to measure anything at all.
That guy that you were talking to, he's one of the great geometers. Is that the case?
Who?
On the video.
On what video?
On the stream.
I don't know.
You don't fucking remember the stream? You don't remember the stream?
What stream?
That you just ran, the one that you just ran for 3 hours.
Conversation I had this morning.
Yeah, that guy.
There was a few guys.
The slow talking, the slow talker.
Blue Marble.
Yeah.
Blue Marble isn't one of the top geometers, globe geometers. Ruhif didn't mention him Blue at all. I don't think Blue's any good at geometry. Put his foot in his mouth a few times in that one. Did you get the idea that Blue is a globe geometer from what he said?
I got the idea that from his persona that he felt that he may be one of the top. No, not the top. Right in the middle of the educated, where he could explain the basics, and he didn't do very well. So I'd like to know where you think he ranks amongst the others. 1 to 100.
Well, I don't know. When Blue, I mean, how do you step up to be a globe geometer when you know that there are no geometric proofs of the globe model anywhere? You'd have to try and come up with one.
Boats over the horizon.
That's not really geometry, is it?
It's they claim it's the. I don't know if they claim any other visible proofs. I'm not sure. I think that's the one visible proof that they have.
What?
Boats over the horizon.
Over. It's ridiculous.
Like the the shadow that we can no longer see. That's you're not seeing it, therefore it's there. But with the boat, you're actually seeing it slowly sink into the distance.
Sink? You don't want sinking boats.
You don't want them.
No, you definitely don't want your sinking boats.
Don't say that in front of me.
Where do you think he ranks himself then, or where do you think the community ranks him? His community.
Things that get obstructed bottom up due to the atmospheric conditions is they're in a mirage layer that angles towards you, as far as we can tell. But boats don't go over anything; they go into that mirage layer. Simple as that.
That's reality. I'm not talking about reality. I'm talking about their proof of any visual proof that they have. That's their visual proof.
Who gives a shit about them?
Well, I care about my fellow man.
You want to argue with them, you can come up with your own argument, but I mean, that's all they're going to do is circle jerk you. You want reality and what's going on by people who go out there and are truthful and honest with you and with themselves. My boat doesn't go over anything. It goes into the horizon or the mirage layer, depending on the conditions of the day, which gives it either a bottom-up obstruction or a fading out, getting too small angular resolution, depending on the conditions of the day. I've done this test with my own boat, with my own cameras, with my own people I trust. And that's conclusions that me and other captains have come up with by using our optical tools, helicopters, drones, 3 or 4 different yachts. You want to do your own test? There's different.
I agree with your results. I agree with your results. I'm saying from the globe standpoint, what other visual proofs could I look at? according to them.
Oh my globes. Yeah, I don't have any idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
There
I
is no
believe
globe.
right. I believe that's their one and only visual, other than conceptual. Everything else is conceptual. That's their one and only visual.
Well, if globe though, if physical obstruction like a hill, that's going to give you the same type of effect, bottom up obstruction. So you can't deny that. That's reality also. But water doesn't curve, so it's not giving you a hump or a drop. So because it changes day by day, you must figure out that it must be something else, which is usually you acquire atmospheric conditions or the what's changing. So then you say,
you're being too basic with common sense stuff. I'm saying use your imagination.
Okay,
Yeah.
good luck. I don't have to use my imagination.
I'm not trying to dismiss you. I know I hear what you're saying for sure. I'm on board.
If you want to, I mean, I don't know what you're asking, man. I don't need imagination or magic.
It's plain out troll right there. That's that statement.
Use your imagination. I don't even know what that means. Like I'm 53. I don't use my imagination to describe reality ever.
You said you would never grow up, Peter. You promised.
What?
It's from the movie. From Hook.
I was gonna say you must be thinking of someone else. Now I do think I'm childlike, but that is the childlike perspective. A child will never say, things until they're told by authority what to say, unless they're like swayed that way. They'll come up with their own conclusions, and you ponder with 100 children, you're going to get 100 different, answers usually. Anyway, there you go. You want to know about boats and water? I just left my boat. I'm on the water right now. I'm looking at a lighthouse.
Too far away from the lighthouse.
About 300 yards. I'm on the coast. I'm always on the water. I have a family member that's leaving or have already left. They'll be out 4 nights for the 4th of July. We do.
Were you the one? Were you the one mentioning that you have a steel boat with the letter C? I think is that you or somebody else?
No, it's not me.
Yeah. Okay. We're I'm sorry. Like a good carpet or something. Maybe it wasn't you. Cobalt. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, that was me earlier. Cobalt.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you meant by C. Yeah, that's a walkthrough. Like we call it a walkthrough. It's an inboard outboard ski boat, basically pleasure boat. It's got a bow. It's a bow rider, but I call it a walkthrough. It's got a windshield that you walk through to get to the bow.
Yeah, when I was like 11 or 12, I tried to steer my grandfather's boat in the bay for the first time while they were all under, and nobody told me it takes like fucking 5 seconds for it to turn, so I was all over the place. Yep. This fucking thing ain't turning. I turned the wheel, nothing. Not like a car or a bicycle.
I just walked out of West Marine. Just bought a new Simrad 12-inch screen, Evo 3. This one's going to run all my gauges for my engine. So we switched from digital or analog to digital. It's going to just be on the screen instead of being on like display, individual.
Do you eat the fish that you catch?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, most of them are very delicious. My favorite is grouper, but red snapper, trout, whatever is good.
Yeah, my buddy always catches blues and stripers, and then cooks them up, and flounder.
Is this not still live, huh?
Yeah, we're waiting for Buster to get back to sing us out.
Oh, Buster's going to do a live singing?
Yeah.
Awesome. I didn't know it was live. All right.
Oh, big.
Yeah, we're just waiting for him. I think he's gone out, so.
All right. We didn't hijack a conversation.
No. We're waiting for Buster. That's it. Really?
Well, I'm 1 week Thursday. We're supposed to splash Thursday, so that's the plan.
Nice. I'll take that bet.
I want no bet.
I finally got Rakia to back down on a bet.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll bet that we put it in the water Thursday, but having everything operate right and be able to go sea trial, I don't know. Because we replaced every sensor, every wire, every through hole, every hose, every clamp on the engines, so we put it in the water, it might spring leaks everywhere. And then we don't even know if the electronics are going, the electronics are working, but once we start the engine, we don't know if the gauges are going to work. It's all new wiring, all control boxes, new electronic controls in the engine room and in the helm. Like, it's a lot of wiring that has to go right. It's all plug and play stuff, so we're hoping it's right. Fly-by-wire controls, it's like a computer. There's no tension, when you're moving the controls, throttles or the transmission control, basically. I had it on my last boat, but I just put it on this one. Crazy times, man. It's getting close. Like, ordered the carpet. We won't have any carpet.
By this time, Christmas, you should be ready. Around Christmas, New Year.
The outside is done, man. It's getting. I'm putting on hose spigots. I'm switching my salt water to fresh water. It's all gonna be freshwater system instead of salt. One's not gonna be salt anymore because we don't really spray salt on the boat anyway. I'm doing that in the morning, and I got 2 cleats to mount that are supposed to come in. We ordered new stainless cleats and they were wrong, so we ordered 2 more and they're supposed to come in tomorrow. I'm gonna mount those. That's 2 of the last little items to go on the outside. So we got 1 back order product for the outrigger that's just a brace, upper level brace that we really don't need. We put it on. We have 1 brace already. We put another one up top just in rough seas to hold them steady. That's back ordered because the pipe up, as you go up, the pipe gets smaller, so they didn't have the right fitting for the small pipe. It was back ordered, so things like that are kind of, you can do it anytime. But we think we got all the holes plugged and all the hoses clamped up where it won't leak. We hope we'll find out when we put them in the water in the sling. Crank everything up and get it up to temperature and make it shift in and out of gear and all that in the sling, and then go take it for a sea trial. So getting close.
Just have some duct tape ready, if there's any hole, just put your...
That's funny because we have duct tape and like plastic, like rubber cylinders that we plug holes with, and wood tap cylinders that we plug holes with. Like, we keep them handy. Yeah, I think I have 10 or 12, I'd have to think, holes in the bottom, intake systems outgoing, and then, where the shafts go through, where the rudders go through. So I have like 12 holes in the bottom of the boat that are potential leaks.
Flex seal.
Yeah. The problem is by the time the high water alarm goes off, it's underwater. So you're having to feel where the pressure's coming from, i.e. pressure from the water flowing in.
You must not have seen the commercials.
Flex seal, yeah, but I mean, you're seeing the water come in.
All right, the number 2 Canadian's back.
All right. Who's that? Oh, that's you're number 3.
What?
You've always
How
been
the
number
fuck
3. You'll
did I drop
never
a
be
number?
more than number 3.
How the fuck did I drop a number? I wasn't number 2.
I don't think so. We got to replay that audio.
Yeah, no, you fucking said Gods was fucking like at fucking 100.
I don't
Yeah, I
think
don't
so,
put
eh?
him on the list. That's season 1. The no name.
Isn't
number 2.
SE
Just anybody.
French?
Yeah, French Canadian, but he's still number 1. I asked for your work schedule like a week ago. I still hadn't got it.
What are you talking about? I said I work Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Oh, I'm supposed to remember that?
Yes, because you asked for the information. I'm gonna need a citation.
I'm in a parking garage causing all kind of havoc. I'm wanting to go that way. I'm sneaking into a parking spot and they won't let me do it. Jesus. I got the whole parking lot clogged up.
I'm not gonna let him get in here. I watched guys pour concrete today, and I really hope that was a green guy that was behind that shovel. Because if it wasn't a green guy and he was like a fucking 10-year man, holy fuck, he didn't give a shit.
That's fast,
or he didn't know how to do his job. Because that motherfucker was not doing it right. First of all, he's holding a shovel with only one fucking hand.
Yeah, how many do you need to lean on?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it wasn't. Okay, Rakia, you've done a fucking curb, right? You've poured curbs before. You take your fucking, you've set the forms, and you're in mid-pour. The green guy's job is clean the excess, crit, away from the top, but not away from the form. You're supposed to slide the shovel on a slight tilt, depending on the drain, whether it's roll mono or not, and drag the shovel on the wood so that it's easier for them to finish it. This motherfucker's just dragging the shovel with one arm. You ain't getting any pressure with only one arm, I'm telling you right now. he was fucking... Oh man, it was fucking killing me watching this guy. I wanted to go over and like, listen, you gotta get rid of that guy, man. He's gonna ruin your company.
Oh, that way you make pouring concrete sound fun.
Oh man, it can be so much fun, right? Just do your fucking job right, or we're gonna hit you with a rake. We will. I'm telling you. I can't tell you how many times I've been hit with a rake. And it hurts. Because they make sure the teeth point towards you.
Oh, yeah. Concrete rake, yeah. Big one.
Hey, what's the number one rule of a fucking rake? Number fucking one rule.
What is it?
Always place that bitch teeth down.
Don't lay it on the ground. Lean it up.
Don't lay it on the ground. Man, you don't know how fucking funny it actually is until it happens right in front of you. See, I told you not to leave that fucking thing on the ground like that. I told you.
I feel like I missed the best part to do. I feel like I missed the best timing to do the song.
Pops.
No, you get the time.
Everybody's still waiting for you, right? If you stuck around through that shit, they're still here waiting for you.
I had to step out. I was well anyway.
Yeah, it's all right.
Bev's like, please, Buster, show up. Hurry.
All right, here we go. Let's do it, and we'll move on. All right. Okay, here we go. Very fitting song. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Oh, blue. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. You're conflating curvature with elevation change. Has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. That's why everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. It's your decision, defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric propositions. That old ball is always gonna be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It's your ball and chain. That's why it gives you so much pain. I didn't mess it up too bad.
That was fucking amazing. Oh my god.